for DWS Group. That is their ETF business. And as we've seen, over the last several years, just the explosive growth of assets, funds flows into ETFs. It's for institutional investors. It's for retail. It's just been extraordinary. We're even seeing some mutual funds convert into ETFs for a variety of reasons. So interesting part of the market. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Hey there, Paul. Williams-Sonoma surpassed expectations, but cut its net revenue forecast for the full year. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman says the theme has been slowing sales, but higher profitability.
Expecting revenue to fall 10 to 12%. It had initially expected this to drop 5 to 10%, but raising its overall guidance for profits on margins, now seeing 16 to 16.5% versus Wall Street's expected 15.3% for the full year to come. In the third quarter, it was already the same story. We saw margins at 17%, a couple points higher than the estimate. And we saw profits beat, but comp sales were down.
Williams-Sonoma right now up about 5%. Cisco Systems posted quarterly sales and profit that topped expectations, but its forecast is raising concerns that corporations are pulling back on tech spending. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow explains.
What they said was that in the last 6 months, they have shipped against a backlog of network gear orders. In other words, some of the biggest enterprise customers finally took delivery of equipment that they've been seeking for quite a long time. As a result of that, Cisco has done well over the next 6 months. But what those companies or enterprise customers will now be doing is installing and utilizing the orders they've already made.
Cisco down about 11%. And to the auto industry, where the first Detroit automaker gets a ratified deal. The United Auto Workers Union members have voted to approve a new contract with General Motors. The contract passed by just over 3,400 votes with nearly 55% in favor. Checking in with the big three right now, they're all in the red. We have General Motors down 1.5%. Same for Stellantis, Ford down 2%. I'm Lisa Mateo.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets, the S&P 500 is pretty much unchanged here. The Dow's off 0.3%. The Nasdaq's also unchanged, so not a lot of movement in the index level here. Yields come in. 10-year Treasury's off about 9 basis points, 4.43% on your 10-year. And again, continue to call out WTI crude oil continuing its sell-off, off 5.3% here, $72.62 for WTI crude oil. So really falling out of bed there. Bitcoin, it's down 3.3%, 36,400 for Bitcoin here. Let's get some world and national news right now. We do that in D.C. Nancy Lyons has got it.
Thanks, Paul. The Israeli military says it now controls Gaza's harbor after killing 10 militants and dismantling 10 tunnel shafts. The army says it also destroyed other military infrastructure at the small port that is not far from Gaza City. Today, there is also renewed criticism for Israel and how it had carried out a raid on the Al-Shifa hospital. WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says the situation inside the hospital is intolerable.
There are many more patients than beds. Doctors and nurses are having to make impossible decisions on who lives and who dies.
Ghebreyesus says hospitals are not battlegrounds. Egypt is preparing ambulances and incubators at the Rafah crossing for the transfer of 35 infants. Many of them have had to be taken off ventilators and removed from incubators due to the lack of fuel to run them. Well, he's already under multiple federal charges. Now Republican Congressman George Santos of New York is facing a growing prospect that he could be expelled from office. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager has more from Washington.
The Republican from Long Island announced the move in a lengthy post on X, in which he blasted the Ethics Committee for releasing the report against him. The panel voted unanimously to refer its findings to the Justice Department. It says there is substantial evidence Santos stole from his campaign. In his post, Santos said he won't stand by as he's stoned by those who have flaws themselves. Ethics Chairman Michael Guest says he'll file a resolution tomorrow to have Santos expelled from the House. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The Senate last night did pass a bill to keep the government running. It now goes to President Biden's desk to be signed before tomorrow night's deadline. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Paul and Matt.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. The Walt Disney Company, battling activist investors and struggling to adapt to changes in consumer viewing habits, plans to address employees in a company-wide town hall after Thanksgiving. Bob Iger, who's on his second term as the global entertainment company's chief executive officer, will address the many opportunities before us on November 28th. That's according to an internal memo. Senior executives, including film division head Alan Bergman, Parks chief Josh D'Amaro, and ESPN's Jimmy Pitaro and Dana Walden, who leads the TV business, will also join in the discussion, moderated by ABC News anchor David Muir. Like many media companies, Disney is making a painful course change as consumers drop traditional cable channels in favor of streaming. It has invested heavily in the Disney Plus online service, eliminated thousands of jobs, and reduced spending on its traditional TV networks. On Wednesday, activist investor Value Act Capital Management disclosed it has built a stake in Disney, which typically signals a quest for more influence. Nelson Peltz, the prominent activist investor behind Tryon Fund Management, has boosted his stake in Disney and plans to seek seats on the board. Shares of Disney were a little changed today at $93.84 at midday in New York. As part of their restructuring, Disney CEO suggested he's open to selling traditional TV networks, as well as possibly seeking a minority investor or joint venture with a tech company to accelerate the ESPN Sports Network's transition to streaming. Looking at Disney stock is up about 0.1% here, $94, pretty much up about 8% for the year.
Is it true that stock gets a pop at the end of the year because people give it as a Christmas present to people?
I don't think so anymore. No? Not as back in the day, maybe a little bit here. So we'll see about that. But they've got a lot of work to do as they think about how to restructure that company. Sound On with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
Now, nation's capital. This is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones. We only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
President Xi is still a dictator. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As President Biden sends that very message following an historic and some would suggest long overdue meeting between the two leaders. We're going to talk about the deliverables from the meeting, the future of our relationship, and a lot more straight ahead with Congressman Auchincloss. The Democrat from Massachusetts will be with us in just a moment, a member of the China Select Committee who has a lot to say about where we're going here. Jake Auchincloss will be with us along with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, weighing in on where we go with government funding. At least we're not shut down this weekend. Also, Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davis with us for the hour. So let's get rolling here. We start, as always, with a look at Wall Street trading. For that, we turn to John Tucker in New York. Hi, John.
And Joe, right now, red on the screen, the November rally that carried the major indices to their highest level in 2 months, showing some signs of taking a breather today. Earlier, we had data show the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits jumping to a 3-month high, the latest sign of a cooling labor market in the U.S. Well, that has Treasury yields falling. Meantime, Michael O'Rourke at Jones Trading looking at interest rate-sensitive stocks.
I believe the Fed's done raising rates. I believe that part of the process is complete. So I'd be looking for names that are, investments that benefit from that. That's why I think the banks and interest rate sensitive names like REITs, utilities are probably safer bets.
Poorly received results from Cisco Systems after the closing bell yesterday saw the networking company stock drop. Right now, Cisco shares 11.5% lower. The biggest retailer, Walmart, shares falling after the company's CEO said there may be deflation in the coming months. And shares of Macy, they're the exception among the retailers, up today after they reported a surprise third-quarter profit that beat expectations. Right now, the S&P 500 down just a point, still above 4,500, 4,501. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 103 points, and the NASDAQ 100 right now in the green. It's up 4 points. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Joe.
Right, John, thank you, and welcome to the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Welcome to Little Friday. The headline says it all, as usual, on the terminal. Biden-Xi meeting delivers small wins and promises of better ties. This, of course, coming off the big meet yesterday. We talked about it here on Sound On. We brought you the president's news conference last evening. We were up late last night, weren't we? I'm glad that you were with us here because we walked through this whole exercise of the deliverables, what was accomplished. And at the very end of that, it always happens in the last question at these news conferences. Maybe you heard this already. Joe Biden being asked at the very end of his news conference, just as he's walking out of the room. Listen.
President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours.
Let's get into it for a minute with Ian Marlowe, Bloomberg senior reporter, with us at the table here in Washington. Ian, great to see you. Thanks for coming back on here. I remember the last time the president used that word. This is why everyone stopped down, because it caused problems. President Xi doesn't like to be referred to as a dictator, even if it does meet the definition in the dictionary. Was that a calculated statement?
I mean, it's hard to tell with Biden, some of the gaffes that come out. But with this, it was a firm reminder that despite the agreements, despite the sort of general bonhomie that you saw, these are still competitive rivals, the U.S. and China. There's no change there. These agreements were interesting, and we can talk about that, but sort of surface level things that do nothing to really change the sort of worsening geopolitical rivalry that you have between the U.S. and China. And his remark is a sort of stark reminder of that. It's also a stark reminder of the domestic pressure that he feels when it comes to the China relationship.
Well, that's where this was being aimed, obviously, right? And President Xi had his own version of that. If you read the readout that came from Beijing, kind of scolding the U.S. For Taiwan, among other things. But let's talk about what was constructive here when it comes to counter-narcotics, when it comes to military operations. The fact that they were even in the same room, all of those are kind of a big deal, are they not?
Yeah, there's been a really intensive sort of 6-month process, starting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken's trip to Beijing back in June, which sort of unlocked all these cabinet-level visits, where clearly it seems they were saving up some of the big deliverables for the big, the meeting of the bosses to some extent. And what we saw was actually pretty interesting. I mean, on the domestic front, fentanyl and the opioid crisis in the U.S. is a huge issue for Biden and this administration. Blinken has made a huge point of contact with his Chinese counterparts. And on the other side, the restoring military-to-military communications, this was something that actually I don't think many people, up until the last week when things started trickling out, that many people expected. I think a lot of people thought China did not want to play ball on having the militaries work more closely together, because that means it would give the U.S. confidence to sort of come into Asia with their military even more than they are already, and just make sure that they can do it without causing a conflict. So it wasn't something that seemed to be in China's interest to do it. So both of these developments are actually fairly interesting when it comes to that.
Fascinating. We appreciate your perspective very much, Ian. Let's get you in here a lot more often. Ian Marlowe, find his work on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Appreciate the reporting and the perspective as we add the congressman to the conversation. Jake Auchincloss joins now, the Democrat from Massachusetts, who, of course, brings a unique view to what we're talking about here as a member of the China Select Committee. And we'll get to some other issues here as well, Congressman, that I know that you'll probably want to talk about here. But I wonder your thoughts, having seen the president cross the country and actually sit down with the leader of the world's second largest economy. Let's start with military-to-military communications. Will that prevent more close calls, for instance, in the South China Sea? How much progress did you see yesterday?
It's progress. Whether it prevents close calls is up to the People's Liberation Army. They're the ones who have been aggressive, unprofessional in their behavior in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. What it can definitely help prevent, though, is those close calls accidentally escalating into a shooting match. Neither side wants war. We need to reduce the chances for conflict, particularly inadvertent conflict. And having those mill-to-mill ties, not just at the political leadership level, but really at the field grade and general grade levels, can reduce misunderstandings and allow these situations to be diffused. That's just good global governance for both sides.
Counter-narcotics also on the agenda. I know that your state of Massachusetts, my former home, is no stranger to the impact of fentanyl. That is getting very good reviews here and an agreement to continue talks over the climate. Congressman, should there have been more progress when it comes to climate, or is that just a bridge too far in the first meeting in so long?
Well, China has recognized that reducing carbon emissions is in its own interest and has committed to taking bolder and more aggressive action. There's no doubt, though, that the bigger near-term win was the fentanyl accord. Now, I don't trust China on this issue. They have previously made commitments that they have not followed through on. But I'm somebody who commanded a special operations mission to Panama, working with other countries to help with drug interdiction. I have seen firsthand the importance of having international assistance in combating drug trade. And it is critical that China cracks down on the export of basic ingredients for fentanyl production by the Mexican drug cartels. So even if they are only incremental or haphazard in their implementation of this agreement, it will still help stem the inflow of opioids and will save American lives. This is a win for the president.
I've got to ask you about the dictator remark before I move on, because I'm guessing that there were a lot of members, maybe including yourself, on the China Select Committee who wanted to hear some language like that. Obviously, we need to work together to some point, but we also want to keep a hard line when it comes to China. Was that a helpful remark or not?
It's a valid remark. Xi Jinping is a dictator. He is turning his country towards totalitarianism. He views individuals as pawns of the state. The United States recognizes the inherent value and dignity of individuals, not just in America, but in Ukraine and in Taiwan and in Israel, and we will defend democracy at home and abroad. There are clear divides over values that we will contest in the 21st century. So while we want to be smart in our competition with China, and we want to find those military to military de-escalation points, we want to find those accords on fentanyl, on public health, on climate, we're going to be strong too. We're going to be strong too. We're going to be strong in our military posture in the Indo-Pacific. We're going to be strong in our diplomatic posture with South Korea and Japan and the Philippines and Australia. And we're going to be strong in articulating and defending our values.
Spending time with Congressman Auchincloss here on Bloomberg Sound On, just a day after the Senate voted to pass the stopgap measure, the continuing resolution that passed the House of Representatives. Without your support, Congressman, I know that you had a lot of concerns about the process. You were looking for funding for Israel and Ukraine as well. What actually made you vote no?
In Washington, a member is only as good as his word. When I last voted to bail out the GOP from their dysfunction in September by voting yes on their continuing resolution, I said it was the last time until I saw clear, concrete, and credible plans to support Ukraine. And in the interim, Israel has come under attack. So now we have to support Ukraine and Israel, both of whom are fighting on the front lines of the free world against tyranny and against terror. And the GOP, instead of putting forward robust funding to defend democracy, instead are just careening from crisis to crisis. So I could not put my vote towards this stopgap short-term spending measure that fails to meet the moment. And the onus now is on the House Republican Conference and the Senate Republican Conference to negotiate in good faith on border security policy, on Ukraine aid, so that we can unlock a bipartisan agreement to get the whole package passed before the holidays, not just Israel, but Taiwan, Ukraine, border security all together.
Before the holidays is an important part of that statement, Congressman. That would be quite a maneuver. It might set a land speed record in the, I believe, 20 legislative days that we have left here between now and a potential government shutdown in January. You think that'll be handled before the government is funded for the next fiscal year, though? We don't have to wait months and months to hear about Israel and Ukraine.
It should be. Nobody should be breaking for the holidays until our allies have the materiel and humanitarian support necessary to continue defending their democracies. And it's doable. The Senate is passing paper back and forth right now. We understand what the unlock would be, and that is negotiations on border security policy. I have been early and strong in support of those negotiations. I understand that some Democrats are recalcitrant on ceding anything on border security policy changes. I see it differently. I think that we really should be looking to upgrade and improve border security because it's not secure right now, despite the president's best efforts, despite his actions within the bounds of law and humanity. The border is seeing crossings that far outpace the infrastructure it has to handle them. And we do need more funding. We do need to make changes there. It's going to be a compromise, but that's the point of Congress, is to craft governance that gets to 80% answers.
Hear, hear. From your lips to God's ears when it comes to a number of these issues and the potential for Democrats and Republicans to work together in this new structure here, Congressman. You're a combat veteran. You know what it's like to walk with a rifle in your hand and lead an infantry division. Obviously, your experience in Afghanistan, and you just mentioned Panama, speaks to that. And I wonder if you could shed light on what's happening now in Gaza. We've been hearing from the administration a message of restraint, a very deep concern about civilian lives, but also an Israeli army, the individual soldiers who are in great danger walking into Gaza City. What's your thought?
Military operations on urban terrain are the most challenging of any format to execute. And now the IDF is not just going door to door, it's literally going room to room. And it's going room to room, having to discern between non-combatants and combatants, because Hamas uses Palestinian denizens as human shields. Hamas is holding hostages in underground tunnels. Hamas is storing munitions and command and control centers threaded through civilian infrastructure like hospitals and schools. So the IDF has a daunting task before it. It needs to hold itself to the law of armed conflict, which requires distinction and necessity and proportionality. it also needs to aggressively execute its priorities, which are number one, rescuing those hostages. Number two, destroying Hamas. Destroying Hamas, no ceasefire, no truce with terrorists. Hamas needs to be dismantled. And then number three is helping to architect just post-war governance for Gaza. And I'm going to continue to be strongly in support of our ally as they defend the Jewish homeland and their citizens.
Well, you know, we've got a fascinating story from our Pentagon reporter, Congressman, that the Defense Department is already ramping up military aid to Israel beyond what we've heard about in terms of the Iron Dome and the smart bombs from Boeing. But in fact, more laser-guided missiles for Apache gunships, 155 millimeter shells, night vision devices, bunker buster munitions, even the new Humvees rather, and Switchblade drones. Outside of all of this, does Israel need more than that? What would the supplemental bring that it's not already getting?
I can't speak to the tactical needs of Israel. I'm just not close enough to their operations. I have great confidence in the Pentagon, based on my briefings with them, that they are doing hourly assessments and close collaboration with the IDF based on long-standing relationships of trust to discern what IDF needs. And so part of this is going to be sending aid and munitions to the IDF, and part of it's going to be backfilling our own supplies to ensure that we are ready come what may. Because as we see, when the president had to deploy 2 carrier strike groups to the Eastern Mediterranean, the 911 calls can come any hour of the day, and the United States needs to be ready to defend the global order.
Well, you know what that's like firsthand, and I have to ask you before you leave about Ukraine, because some would argue that the needs are in fact more desperate in Ukraine, and if we roll into next year, their efforts to defend themselves could in fact be interrupted by a lack of funding. Is that how you see it?
The window of opportunity is closing. I don't want to put a date on it, but there's no doubt that the window of opportunity heading into an election year, as the Republican conference is increasingly subservient to the isolationism and fifth columnism of Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump, that we are losing the political capital in Congress to fund our ally, and it's unacceptable. They are fighting on the front lines of the free world right now. For about 10% of the Pentagon's annual budget, we have cratered half of Russia's conventional military capacity. We have doubled NATO's border. We have induced greater defense spending from our allies in Europe and the Indo-Pacific. This has been a tremendous return on investment for national security dollars. And it has signaled not just to Vladimir Putin, but also to Xi Jinping, that America is always going to stand with right over might. And that message resonates. I assure you that they are watching closely congressional actions on Ukraine in Beijing as well as in the Kremlin.
Yeah. Congressman Jake Auchincloss, knowing there are Republicans in the Senate who agree with you on Ukraine. We'll talk about that next. Thank you, Congressman, for the insights. This is Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The S&P 500 losing some of its traction today. We had the latest data that suggests an economic slowdown, and that narrative seems to be more on the minds of the investors than the idea of the end of Fed rate hikes. Walmart slumping amid a cautious tone for the outlook for consumers. On the other hand, Macy's climbing. They had a profit beat. And then you have Cisco Systems. They reported after the close of regular trading yesterday. Those shares down 11% after a pretty bearish forecast. Then crude oil, it is sliding today, almost 5.5% lower. We have NYMEX crude at $72.27 a barrel. Overall, the S&P 500 down 7 points right now. That's a decline of 0.2%. We are at 44 at 95 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 127 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 is down 30 points. That's a decline of 0.3%. As for yields, the 2-year yield, that is lower today, down 7 basis points at 483. The benchmark 10-year yield, 9 basis points lower. That brings us to 443. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We'll start with what we do know today, and that's the government will not be shutting down this weekend or over the holidays for that matter. Apparently, we'll save that for January. What we don't know is exactly how this dictator remark is going to fly in Beijing. We're getting a sense of how it's flying here domestically as President Biden went there in his news conference, a solo news conference we should be clear about. You heard it and saw it on Bloomberg. There was no bilateral, and there was not a joint statement that came from that meeting, however positive or productive it may have been. Everyone had to go back to their corners and, be a tough guy after. And the president was asked, would you still call him a dictator? And he said, well, look, he is. And that's where we begin our conversation with Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor, our Republican strategist, with us today. Jake Auchincloss said, yeah, well, he is one. That's the definition of a dictator. I wonder to what extent the president premeditated that. Was that something he had to drop? Because he was asked at the very end of that news conference, like he was about to walk out the door. And sometimes Joe Biden says things the press office doesn't plan for. How do you see it?
Yeah, I think that you had to understand that there were two audiences for this whole summit. There was the global policy summit where you were trying to turn down the temperature with China, find some productive things, do some important things like reinstitute military-to-military communications, even establish kind of the hotline between Xi and Biden. I mean, these are important things for the world. But he's also running for re-election as president of the United States, and he had a different agenda that he also needed to show, which was he had to show he was tough on China. He obviously wasn't going to get any kind of economic deals out of China. He didn't lay on any additional punishments to China, no new tariffs or no new bans of technology. But he did use the moment to sort of nail down this idea that say, when I look into his eyes, I see a dictator, right? I mean, and that is a wholly political message. He couldn't care less how they received that back in China. What he was doing is making sure that voters going to the polls in November of 24 know that he is taking his opportunity to push back on Xi and show him who's boss.
No friend of the Chinese, apparently. But last time he said that, we talked about it the day after at a fundraiser, things got canceled. People got really angry. The foreign minister talked about it. Maybe they're getting used to that line now, but I wonder if this ends up being another 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Look, everything with China is actually 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I think it's actually a totally different application. You remember this year started, or 2 years ago, started out with China just summarily attacking the United States, and everything they've done since Xi has
rhetorically, you mean, or the balloon is what you're referring to?
Well, the balloon, the foreign ministers, in Alaska going and coming after us, right. By name, incursions against the U.S. military in the South China Sea, penetrations of election muddling in Taiwan and other places in Latin America. I mean, I could unpack the whole suitcase here. But the bottom line is they have been aggressors, not competitors. And so, there's not this notion in, I think, U.S. policy circles shared by both Republicans and Democrats that we're naive like we were 15 years ago and saying, oh, China's going to be our friend and competitor. We can like actually coalesce around certain common points, you know, on trade and the climate. No, we're not going to have that. I mean, Xi has made it very clear. He wants domination. He wants the world to look like China, Russia, Iran, not like the U.S. and Europe.
How important, though, is it? And maybe there's progress to be had here when you can pick up the phone again. That it was beyond military to military, leader to leader. Joe Biden said last night, you know, we agreed, you got a problem, call me. Is that real?
Yeah, I think that if you could avoid a conflict, right? I mean, if there's only one thing we get out of China in the next decade
is avoiding a war,
then mission accomplished. Because a war with China, nobody wins. And so the reality is, if we can avoid a conflict in the South China Sea vis-a-vis Taiwan, if we can avoid China getting involved in the war in Ukraine and or the war in the Middle East right now, if they can stay out of the hot wars and cool down the Cold War, which Xi directly addressed, then I think it would be a good relationship to have, and not try to pretend that there's some upside for U.S. businesses, consumers. I mean, they have been cracking down on U.S. businesses in China for much longer than we've been cracking down on businesses that have been stealing our secrets and trying to, you know, penetrate our supply chains. And so, yeah, like, let's just call it what it is. It's a competitive relationship that could become an aggressive relationship if it gets out of control. And so those kind of things, picking up the phone and making sure that we're not misreading each other's intentions, may keep us from being in a hot war.
It's interesting seeing the side effects of some of these policies. Alibaba warning today it can't spin off its cloud unit like it because it can't get the chips that we're keeping from China. So you could argue that some of these policies are working, however painful they are. But we keep hearing on Capitol Hill, the Chinese are watching. They're loving this debate about funding for Ukraine as well as Israel. We talked to Congressman Auchincloss about that. He seems to think that something can come together by the end of the year that will at least resemble the supplemental request that the president made. Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and border security. A lot of lawmakers, though, say, grow up. We can't even figure out how to fund the government around here, and we might shut down in January. Could both end up happening?
Well, I think, sure, both could end up happening. But think about where we were a week ago. We had no confidence that there was going to be a deal on a CR. Nevertheless, a deal on a CR that actually punts some of the most important things all the way out until February, right? So we now have until February to work on 8 appropriations bills, you know, that should be able to fund the vast majority of government, and 4 others, you know, before the deadline in January. So it's the most workable thing if Congress actually comes to Washington and works. I would say so. The gap is there. We can actually get lots of business done between now and the end of the year, knowing that we've got to get these appropriations bills done by January and February. That means let's come together. The Senate has some work being done right now around a border security plan. If you can cobble that together with the support for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel, you can get a very comprehensive bill passed. A lot of good be done for everybody, including the U.S., and celebrate Christmas in an old-fashioned way with a victory rather than a defeat.
Yeah, how about that? Congressman Auchincloss took a shot at Republicans over funding for Ukraine, and there's obviously a number of, particularly House members, who are skeptical, all the way to those who say not another dollar. Maybe some are calling for accountability. You've made the point, though, that this is not a Republican position when it comes to Republican conservative politics. Ask almost any Republican in the Senate who would tell you that. Ask Mitch McConnell, along with some Republicans in the House. In fact, we might be talking to one of them in a minute with Brian Stile. I'll have to ask him where his head is on that right now. But where's the Republican Party on Ukraine?
Yeah, look, the Republican Party has an identity crisis, right? I mean, there's still the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan that believed in intervention, that believed that we were the greatest country for good in the world, and that we needed to be able to be engaged in the world in order to keep bad things from happening. And that is well represented, that Republican Party in the Senate. And frankly, the majority of the Republican caucus in the House. But there's also the Donald Trump Republican Party, and they believe in rolling up the borders, being a protectionist, not getting involved in other people's fights, letting autocrats and dictators sort of do their own thing and not be stopped or policed by the United States. And the assumption is that we're better off economically if we do that. And they are well represented, as you know, in the House of Representatives, in the Republican caucus. They are a minority on this issue, but they are, because of the close votes within the Republican caucus, they have a veto. And unless the floor of the House of Representatives gets to vote, which means Republicans and Democrats together, they have an effective veto. If it's an open vote, there'll be plenty of votes for Ukraine and the rest of the package to go right through.
It would be an overwhelming bipartisan vote.
That's right. And I would say that's a huge change. I mean, Democrats used to be the party of protectionism.
Yeah.
You know, they used to be the party that did not want venturism around the world. But I do think there's been lessons learned, and that's why you have such a massive bipartisan coalition in the United States Senate for these things, because they've seen what happens when you retreat from the world, like we did for the 4 years under Donald Trump, and they don't want that world again. They want to see a world that the U.S. still has influence, one, to protect our economy and our security.
That's Rick Davis, of course. You hear him almost every day here on Bloomberg Sound On, our pal and Republican strategist here on the fastest show in politics. We're, as I mentioned, going to talk with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, one of the few House members still in town, and we'll pick his brain coming up next here on Bloomberg. Let's get up to date on world and national news now. Nancy Lyons has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. The meeting between President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping did result in some victories. They've agreed to improve military communication and address the fentanyl crisis. But many people are focusing on the exchange President Xi had with U.S. executives at a dinner last night. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern says it's clear China needs U.S. money.
Xi Jinping struck a very dovish tone when he sat down with those CEOs yesterday. He said he does not want to unseat the United States. He says China does not want to engage in a hot or cold war. He is trying to make sure that he is setting a path forward for more foreign direct investment, which we have seen take a hit recently, as well as for more executives to come to China and to invest in China.
Again, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in San Francisco. Congressman George Santos says he will not run for re-election next year. That news follows a report released today by the House Ethics Committee calling for his expulsion. The committee says its investigation found, quote, substantial evidence the New York Republican violated federal criminal laws. And lawmakers say the issue has been referred to the Justice Department. Santos posted on social media, quote, I will not stand by as I am stoned by those who have flaws themselves. The Capitol Police Department says 6 officers were injured. 1 person was arrested when about 200 people gathered in front of the Democratic National Committee headquarters last night in Washington. In a statement, the Capitol Police say the group was not peaceful and failed to obey lawful orders to move back from the building. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks are low right now after the latest data suggest a slowing of the U.S. economy. And then you have the world's largest retailer. Yes, that would be Walmart. They're telling investors consumers may start reining in their spending. 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher right now. Utilities in the lead. And energy, that is the biggest drag right now as we see oil prices today plunging. After the rally earlier this week, Marvin Lowe at State Street worries investors are rushing to conclusions.
I think that there are points in the data that we saw, which are encouraging. But to kind of get from what we had earlier this week to, really an all-in soft landing type of scenario is just too quick at this point.
Right now, Cisco Systems, the biggest individual laggard in the S&P 500 after its earnings after the close yesterday. It is down a whopping 11.3% right now. After the close today, we're going to hear from Applied Materials. And in that earnings report, we'll look for any slowdown in sales to China. Overall, the S&P 500, 4 points lower. That's down 0.1%. We're at 44.98 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 118 points lower. That's down 0.3%. NASDAQ 100, 18 points lower. That is down 0.1%. And some action in the yield space as well. The 2-year, 8 basis points lower. 482 right now. The 10-year, the benchmark, that's 9 basis points lower. That is at 443. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
With all the gyrations and chaos we've seen in the House of Representatives the past couple of weeks, I've been known to say, look no further than the chair of the admin committee. If you want stability, his name is Brian Stile. The congressman from Wisconsin joins us right now, and it's good to see you, Congressman. You've been a reliable voice through this whole thing from your perch, not only as head of the admin committee, by the way, Google it, you'll see how important that is, but also your service on the Financial Services Committee. The fact that you helped to tally the votes for our new speaker. I remember seeing you in the speaker's rostrum on those important days. I wonder your thoughts today as your colleagues head home for the holidays. The government's not going to shut down. Was this an important week in getting your conference together?
Well, another frustrating week, I think, is to where we are in the House of Representatives and Congress writ large. The good news is we were successful in keeping the government funded, open, and operational. We could have seen another shutdown. That doesn't actually help anybody. And at the end of the day, we actually spend more money to shut the federal government down than we do to keep it open. And so it's been challenging times, but the good news is maybe this Thanksgiving week ahead will give everybody a time to kind of calm down and cooler heads will prevail because there's huge challenges facing us when Washington gets back to work.
Well, there sure are, and I don't have to tell you what everyone's saying. We just prolonged the inevitable. We're going to shut down again in January. Are you worried that there's not enough time with this continuing resolution to figure all this out?
Well, I think there is sufficient time, but I think people have to come to the table and have an adult conversation. About what programs we can actually afford to fund and which ones we can't, but also a broader conversation that 75% of all federal government spending is on autopilot. And we're only having this part of the debate of federal government spending on 25% of the total federal budget. No business would operate this way, and it adds a unique challenge here on Capitol Hill.
You know, I'm hearing more and more people talk about that, but when you talk to anyone running for president, they won't touch it. The speaker might not be ready to touch that either. The last one certainly was not. Swearing off Medicare and Social Security, and talk about prolonging the inevitable. At some point, we're going to have to get to this, Congressman. And if it were up to you, would it be part of this process starting next year? How long do we have to manage this?
Well, I do think Speaker Mike Johnson actually hit the nail on the head and was willing to bring it up in his first speech as he became Speaker of the House. He discussed the importance of having a debt commission, bringing Democrats and Republicans together to say, we need to get serious about the fiscal challenges that we're facing. And I think the debt commission model actually works quite well, but it does take the political heft of everyone coming to the table to say, we're actually going to get this done. What's the biggest driver of that? I think it's the rising interest costs on the debt. The carry cost, if you're in the financial markets, it becoming more and more serious as we see interest payments on the debt approaching $1 trillion.
I know you don't want to have this conversation, but there are two sides to this. You can cut spending or you can raise revenues. Does the Ways and Means Committee play a role here?
An absolutely critical role at Ways and Means. I wouldn't lose sight, though, of the fact that economic growth is going to be a key driver. So if we look back coming into the pandemic, what we actually saw was economic growth driving tax revenue higher, not by raising rates in taxes, but rather by growing the economy. That is our best path forward to grow ourselves out of this. That alone isn't going to solve all the problems, but it's got to be part of the conversation.
But it'll make it a lot easier. Were you a fan of this idea of the laddered CR, the fact that we're looking at two dates? I've asked so many people this, Congressman, what the benefit is, where that or how that advantages the Speaker or the Republican conference. But maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way.
I don't think it's a massively significant difference. It maybe does give us an opportunity to break these apart and say, let's start getting some of the 12 spending bills across the line. Every one that we get done is a step in the right direction. I would say the biggest win on this stopgap measure is it avoids a Christmas Eve spending bill going through where every ornament is on the Christmas tree.
That's right. Well, you know, there's some big ornaments out there. I actually really probably shouldn't call them that because they're awfully serious, and I'm referring to the supplemental request. We talked about it earlier this hour with your colleague Jake Auchincloss from Massachusetts. Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and border. You're probably getting tired of hearing guys like me rattle this off, but I wonder if there will be an opportunity to pass these in one block, or if the Speaker has the right approach here, Congressman, and vote on each of them individually.
I think we're best served if we break them apart. I think we have a true opportunity to get the Israel funding through to make sure that we're providing the resources Israel needs as it defends itself against the terrorist attacks that occurred from Hamas. I think as we look to the Ukraine funding, it's more likely that it's the end of the day gets combined with true border security. Making sure that we secure the U.S.-Mexico border is of absolute paramount importance. And I think as we look at that opportunity, we may see that ultimately paired with the Ukraine funding is a mechanism of forcing the Biden administration to truly change course on its border policies.
I almost wish we could have you on together because Jake Auchincloss, who is an ally of this White House from Big Blue, Massachusetts, is very open to having that conversation. He told us on the air that Democrats need to come to the table on border security. It's about time. He said the crossings are simply too high. So if you were sitting here now, where would you start? You know, we hear from a lot of Republicans, Congress, and they say the border's open. Obviously, that's not literal. But how would you start to lower the flow of illegal immigrants crossing the border?
Jake's a friend of mine. We actually discussed this on the House floor last week, so it's funny you bring it up.
I love hearing
that. I think there's some pretty straightforward policies that we could move forward on. In particular, a stay in Mexico policy, which tells people who want to apply for asylum that it's better and safer to remain in your home country when that application process goes through. What we do know is the overwhelming majority of individuals who have a claim for asylum, when those claims are finally adjudicated, they're found out to not be with merit. The challenge is those claims are often not heard for 3 to 4 years. So a stay in Mexico policy is actually the right policy. That's a Trump era policy. The other piece of this is critical funding for border security. The Border Patrol agents are currently understaffed. They're underfunded. We need to get serious in those regards. And then the third piece that I think should have some people being willing to come together is to say we need more judges to adjudicate the cases that are already here and in the pipeline. People deserve their day in court if they truly do have an asylum claim. There's a path for that. But again, the overwhelming majority of individuals crossing illegally don't actually have a claim that is validated when it's actually adjudicated on the merits.
So we've made some important distinctions here, and I would love to have you and Congressman Auchincloss join at some point here on Bloomberg to talk this out. Maybe we'll move the needle on it a little bit, and I just wonder if there's a point in making the difference here, distinguishing between border security and immigration policy, because this is obviously an incredibly tight labor market in this country, and we need immigrants from other countries, in many cases, very smart people to help us in the high-tech space, in other cases with manual labor that we can't get other people to do. Is that not part of this debate, or should it be?
It's got to be part of the conversation because we have both a broken legal immigration system as well as a broken illegal immigration system.
Yes.
The challenge is that under the past 2.5 years under the Biden administration, the broken illegal immigration system has gotten so bad that we need to address that before we can really have the conversation that is needed about fixing the broken legal immigration system. And in many ways, as we look at what's playing out right now, our current asylum laws are being abused by individuals to the benefit of illegal immigration. In many ways, Mexican drug cartels that are now making money trafficking individuals into the United States of America. And so breaking that system of the illegal immigration side is going to be absolutely essential before we can really get the political heft and the work done to address the broken legal immigration system.
Well, we definitely covered some important ground there. And the fact of the matter is you can't get anything done without a convincing majority here, or at least it's a lot more difficult. And Speaker Johnson mentioned recently in an interview on Fox that it might actually happen that you lose a member, that you lose a seat in an already thin majority. And I wonder if you're worried that might be George Santos of New York. We heard from the Ethics Committee today. I'm sure it's not a fun thing to talk about, Congressman, but there seems to be another effort to expel the gentleman from New York. Do you think that's going to happen?
The Ethics Committee came out just a couple hours ago with their findings of fact. I think I owe it to the Ethics Committee and to the constituents in New York a full review of that report. But I can tell you the top line is incredibly concerning, and the ultimate punishment that can be handed out is expulsion. And I'm going to review the report before finalizing that decision. But I can tell you the illegal actions that are set forward in this report are incredibly concerning.
Are you colleagues? Is he part of the conference? Do you guys see each other at meetings, or is he, in his office with the door closed? That's been the experience for reporters.
Yeah, I don't have a deep relationship with him. And obviously, he's occasionally on the House floor when we have votes, as are all 435 members. But again, I think people are going to review this on the merits, on the facts. And I think that's what we owe it to the American people, but in particular his constituents, if the final decision is to expel him from Congress.
Understood. When you come back to town, assuming you're going to get back to Wisconsin at some point, Congressman, what's the first order of business? You're going to have roughly 20 legislative days when you come back to the potential shutdown to the time this CR expires. How do you start by getting your arms around it?
As we look out to coming back from Thanksgiving and Congress getting back to work, getting our funding bills, which are already behind the deadline, getting those done is going to be absolutely essential. We got to do that at the same time is looking at the U.S. national security situation, particularly as it relates to both Israel and Ukraine and U.S.-Mexico border policy. All of that has to be accomplished before the end of the year to be successful. It's a lot on our plate, but getting the stopgap measure through this week, I think really improves our opportunity to be able to spend the time and attention that's needed to address those when we come back.
Well, I hope that it's a very happy and healthy Thanksgiving for you and your family in the 1st District of Wisconsin. Congressman, I hope you get home soon enough. Same goes for your staff. Thanks for being here for us to answer not only the easy ones, but the tough ones sometimes. It's good to see you. Brian Stile with us, the congressman here on Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. You don't hear conversations like these anywhere else. I don't need to tell you that. That's why you subscribe to the podcast. That's why you're with us here on YouTube, on the radio, and on the satellite. And part of our job's here to keep you posted not only on politics, but what's happening around the world, what's happening in the stock market. And we should probably get to that right now. Nancy Lyons standing by in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom with world and national news. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. Egypt is preparing ambulances and incubators at the Rafah crossing into Gaza to transfer infants. Dr. Omar Abdel Mananana is a British physician who has spent 10 years working in Gaza. He says 39 premature babies have been taken out of their incubators in the Al-Shifa hospital because there is no more electricity after Israel blocked fuel into the enclave.
And because there is no running electricity to heat them, to give them oxygen, to give them food, they are being left like little mice inside these cots to frankly either die, starve, or have long-term chronic conditions.
Dr. Abdel Manana says the hospital is no longer the reputable medical facility it once was. Also today, the main telecom provider in Gaza said all service is gone in the region, with its energy sources depleted and no fuel being allowed into Gaza. After a year of strikes in Hollywood and the auto industry, now it is Starbucks' turn. The union representing thousands of Starbucks workers is staging a one-day walkout today. It coincides with Red Cup Day. That's one of the coffee chain's busiest days of the year, when the company hands out reusable cups with the purchase of a holiday drink. Daisy Federspiel-Bayer, a supervisor in Seattle, explains why she's walking off the job.
To take away the profits for the company, to put pressure on them.
Workers United says this year's walkout is its largest to date. SpaceX plans to try again tomorrow to launch its Starship rocket, the world's biggest and tallest rocket ever built. Elon Musk's company has been given the green light by the FAA after meeting the safety, environmental, policy, and financial requirements. Back in April, on its test flight, the rocket veered out of control and blew up over the Gulf of Mexico. SpaceX has a $3 billion contract with NASA to use the rocket to land astronauts on the moon as early as 2025. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
All right, Nancy, I appreciate it. Let's move to the markets right now and see where we are with Wall Street trading. John Tucker standing by in New York with that. Hey, John.
Hey, Joe, we've been sort of bouncing in between gains and losses right now. The major averages all in the red. S&P 500 down 8 points, about 0.2% at 44.94. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 150 points lower right now, 34,840 on the index. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, 32 points lower right now. That is down 0.2%. Yields are also falling. The benchmark 10-year yield, 8 basis points lower. We're at 444. And, you know, Joe, the narrative seems to have shifted. Earlier this week, it was interesting. We had the rally in stocks because the thinking was the Fed was done with raising rates. And now that narrative has kind of shifted to less risk on because the narrative seems to be the economy is slowing, and maybe that's not going to be so good for stocks, especially some of the retail stocks like Walmart, those results that we got today. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash, Joe.
All right, John, very nice. I appreciate it. As we get back to world headquarters in New York for a check on the markets. We do that just about every 15 minutes around here, so if you don't happen to catch them all, don't worry, there's another one coming. Coming up, by the way, the top of the next hour, an important conversation we're going to have with Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, former mayor, is celebrating the second anniversary, the second birthday of the infrastructure law, the bill, as the wonks call it, right? Bipartisan infrastructure law. We'll have a conversation with Secretary Buttigieg straight ahead. You probably spend enough time in the car like I do. It took me like an hour to get here this morning, which is why the Bloomberg app is so important to know about here. You might have the app already, but let me tell you, this thing has been enhanced in a major way with Apple CarPlay now and Android Auto. Whichever one you have, whichever side of the river you live on, Apple, Android, we've got this covered here, giving you access to every Bloomberg podcast, this one, Sound On, live shows like this one, Sound On, and audio forms of the stories that you would normally read on the terminal. I see you out there in traffic reading on your phone. You don't need to do that anymore. We'll read it for you. It's actually pretty cool, along with the latest headlines whenever you want them from Bloomberg News Now, and it's all presented by our sponsor, Interactive Brokers. And the whole thing is free. Imagine that. Get the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app, and all of this stuff will unfold for you. Get it in your car, Apple App Store, or Google Play, and we'll take care of you. Just download the app, connect the phone to the car, and we'll all be there. Myself, the rest of the Bloomberg gang. Much more to follow here. Coming up, as I mentioned, Pete Buttigieg. We're going to talk to Jordan Fabian from the Bloomberg White House team. We're just getting started here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
From our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy birthday, infrastructure. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On as the Biden administration celebrates the second anniversary of the signing of the infrastructure law. Just a day after President Biden met with President Xi out in San Francisco, there's some overlap here as we try to understand the benefits of the law, how many years it'll take the rest of it to roll out, and how that might make us more competitive on the international stage. We're going to connect in a moment with Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation. It's a big day for him. And we'll also talk with Jordan Fabian from Bloomberg's White House team, who was there for that whole saga. Remember Infrastructure Week? Now it's Infrastructure Year. We're going to get to that coming up after a look at Wall Street. For that, we turn to John Tucker in New York. Hi, John.
Hey, Joe. The narrative that drove stocks higher this week was the Fed is done raising rates. That was risk positive. Now the narrative may be shifting to a slowing economy, and that's not so risk positive. Walmart CEO Doug McMillon said price increases at the world's largest retailer, well, they're slowing. They could even begin to reverse. He's using the word deflation in the call to analysts today. Meantime, Scott Cronert of Citigroup is positive on equities, even with a slowing U.S. economy.
We're still allowing for a more balanced outcome between, some chance of soft landing plus recession, which still gets us pretty bullish on equity fundamentals next year.
Right now, the S&P 500, 8 points lower. That's down 0.2%. 44.95 of the index. The Dow, 145 points lower. And the NASDAQ 100, the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, 35 points lower. That is down 0.2%. It's an eye-opener looking at energy prices. NYMEX crude right now down 5.4%. We're at 72.54. Maybe you get some relief at the pump. Walt Disney plans to address employees in a company-wide town hall after Thanksgiving. Disney making a painful course change. A lot of employees will be wondering if they have jobs as they head into the holidays. We check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, John Tucker, we do appreciate it as always. He's ready, whether we warn him or not. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Welcome to Hour 2.
Hopefully you do want
John. God love you. Well, that's why I called for you, whether I'm supposed to or not. So 2 years ago yesterday, I want you to just dial back in your brain. Where were you when Scores sat on a very chilly and bright north lawn of the White House? Actually, I guess it was on the south lawn for a massive signing ceremony in which President Biden reminded us of the prior administration and how we continued to try to celebrate Infrastructure Week. Well, now it's been Infrastructure 2 years. And joining us to get things started here before we bring in Secretary Pete Buttigieg is our buddy Jordan Fabian from Bloomberg's White House team. Were you on the lawn for that? Were you following the poll reports that day? You might not.
I was
even
not
remember
there.
that.
I was spared the cold weather.
Good for you. Yes.
I was in the warm confines.
Well, one thing you did do was endure months and months of debate and wrangling over this thing. A lot of folks started to think it wouldn't even be possible. And it ended up being a bipartisan affair. I think we can call it that. There are enough D's and R's to call it that. But it's one that was not embraced by a lot of Republicans who've since been celebrating the arrival of money to their states. And I think President Biden might have predicted that, but that's the way Washington works. Is this the crowning achievement for this administration?
It's definitely up there with the Inflation Reduction Act and the COVID rescue plan that he passed early on.
That's the Trinity.
Yeah, I would say those are the big three, if you will, to make a sports analogy. And look, I think that the president, you'll probably see him try to campaign on this as part of the way that he's going to try and convince Americans that the economy is heading in the right direction under his leadership. But it's not going to be easy because while this is a big achievement, a lot of these projects that were funded by this law are going to take months and years to get off the ground. And so Americans aren't necessarily seeing the byproduct of this law yet. But, 5-10 years from now, when Amtrak might be running smoother, the highway might have fewer potholes, a new bridge is in town, that's when you'll see the effects. But is it too late for him politically with 2024 staring him down the way here?
That's the real stuff, right? That's the stuff that people see and are impacted by. But how many years is the implementation? We can talk to the secretary about this in a moment. Do you have a sense? I mean, is this over the course of the next decade you're going to see cranes popping up around the country?
Absolutely. Look, for example, at the Amtrak announcement that he made. I believe it was last week. He went to an Amtrak facility in Delaware.
That's right, yeah.
Announced $16 billion for rail reconstruction, new bridges, new tunnels. That's all going to take a very long time to build. But at the end of the day, and combined with that Gateway project up in New York that's going to expand the train capacity, you could see a rail system that, at least in the Northeast, is running a lot better than it is now. But that could take 5-10 years, if not longer, to build, just looking at the track record of these kind of projects in the U.S.
Great to have you back, as always. Jordan Fabian, Bloomberg White House reporter. Hang out if you have some time, Jordan. You're always welcome here as we welcome the Secretary of Transportation. Pete Buttigieg is with us now live on Bloomberg. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you. I want to welcome you back to Bloomberg. And I guess I should start by saying happy birthday. We were joking earlier, it was Infrastructure Week until it became Infrastructure Year in your administration. We were just discussing with Jordan Fabian. This is one of the big three crowning achievements of your administration. And I know that we've already started to see some of the benefits of that in terms of broadband connections in rural areas. What comes next?
Well, what's exciting about this stage is we are seeing more and more of the projects move into a construction phase. We have identified 40,000 infrastructure projects, the majority of them transportation related, that are getting benefits from this bill. And it's only been 2 years since the president signed it. It's a 5-year bill. So every month is the range of the projects getting done. Some of them are multi-year projects. I call them the cathedrals of our infrastructure. I heard you just a moment ago mentioning the president's announcements, one of which brings the Hudson River Tunnel to a level of funding that makes it one of the biggest public works projects in recent American history. All the way through to some, 6-figure grants that we're doing that are transformative for a rural community that needs a deadly intersection to be redesigned, or even a municipal airport to be redone. So we're seeing things that are large and small, rural and urban. And of course, that was the president's vision in pushing so hard for this bill in the first place. That wouldn't just be a particular project. It wouldn't even be confined to one mode of transportation. It's trains, planes, automobiles, and beyond.
You just mentioned a really important component here, and that is the 5-year lifespan of this bill, of this law. Will it be fully implemented in that time, Secretary? And do you wish you could front load some of the stuff that's going to take a couple of years?
Yeah, so that's how long we have to move the funding. But the way the bill is set up is we can get some of it out the door sooner rather than later. So it's not just that kind of 1/5 of the money moves each of those 5 years, and we want to do as much as we can quickly. Of course, the only thing more important than doing it quickly is doing it right. We're talking about taxpayer dollars. We're going through lots of steps to make sure that they're spent responsibly and effectively. But already north of $200 billion have moved. And this is what it's going to take to really achieve that generational investment that the president was so focused on in pushing for this bill in the first place.
What's been, in this 2-year period, the biggest challenge of implementing this law? I know you've had Mayor Landrieu crisscrossing the country trying to put money to projects and implement what is a sweeping piece of legislation. What's the biggest hangup that you've faced?
Well, certainly delivery is a challenge. It's one thing to get a project funded, which is why most of these projects never got off the ground up until now. But it's another to see it all the way from getting funded to actually going into construction and then getting to that great day when we cut the ribbon and that new airport, that improved tunnel, that fixed up bridge, whatever it is there for everybody to use and to take advantage of. One of the biggest challenges has been workforce, which of course macroeconomically is a much better issue to have. Where are we going to find the workers compared to the issue of where are they going to find the work? But it's still an issue. And it's one of the reasons why we've been very proactive on that. Our department's participating in a program that the president's called for workforce hubs to be set up around the country and getting creative. Things like a facility I saw in Pittsburgh. They're doing a major airport project there. There are a lot of working parents, working moms in particular, who are working in construction on that project who have a chance to do it because they set up a daycare at the construction site. A simple, smart move that unlocked a new source of human capital and gave more workers access to these good-paying, sometimes life-transforming union construction jobs. So we're going to have to be creative to address some of those constraints in our supply side, whether it's workforce, skill, raw materials even. But those are exactly the kinds of problems that we went into this line of work to be able to tackle because we're finally past the problem of there not being any funding out there.
Well, I know I'm not supposed to ask you this, and maybe you don't want to answer it, but I wonder if you worry about implementation of this bill being potentially interrupted if a Republican were to win the White House. Are you allowed to talk to me about that? What would happen?
Well, I guess what I'd say is that when politics interfere, it's never good. I mean, we saw that recently with these shutdown threats. That would have slowed us down or even stopped us on vital things like air traffic control, hiring, which I think we all recognize we need to be doing more, not less right now. And it would have impacted at least some of the infrastructure work going on. And right now, I mean, without getting into campaigns and elections, I can tell you that right now we have a congressional GOP in the House that is proposing major cuts that would cut our ports program. It would cut the program we've used to build safer railroad infrastructure. So I do worry about that, but I also think we have a pretty strong defense against that, which is the fact that when these projects actually happen, when we announce them, even the elected officials who voted against the bill and fought the president at every turn, they seem to be perfectly happy to celebrate the projects with us, which I think is a good indication that this really is good policy.
I mentioned that before you came on in a conversation that we were having. Mr. Secretary, what do you tell these Republicans who have railed, and some still go on the floor? I think Tommy Tuberville was one of them, and then they go home and they celebrate the ribbon cutting. Is that actually is that a good problem for you to have because it sells the deal in the end, despite the headache putting this together?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have more appreciation for the handful of Republicans who crossed the aisle to work with Democrats and work with President Biden to get this bill done. But those who want to celebrate it after the fact, I guess, welcome to the party. I mean, these are going to benefit people. We don't have Republican roads or Democratic bridges. I mean, these are good projects regardless of politics, and they're going to benefit people regardless of their politics. And, we're not going to let constituents suffer because their particular representative was short-sighted about this. We're trying to really push past the politics and just get the work done.
Well, it's not every day we get the transportation secretary on the air, and we are talking with Pete Buttigieg here live on Bloomberg. We're a week out from Thanksgiving. My God, it's a week from today. I wonder what your team is working on and trying to anticipate in terms of disruptions or safety concerns on one of the busiest travel periods of the year.
Well, over the summer, we saw numbers that broke records in terms of TSA screenings, showing us we had all-time record high levels of passengers taking to the air. I think the same thing is going to be true going into Thanksgiving and the winter holidays too. And so it's the most important thing to me is that the airlines be ready to take care of their passengers, and that our department is ready to have those passengers back when they hit an issue. Compared to even 1.5 years ago, there is dramatically better, stronger stronger passenger protection that our department can enforce. People should go to flightrights.gov, ideally before you buy a ticket, to learn a little more about what each of the different airlines is responsible for offering their passengers that again, we can enforce if there's an issue. We're also trying to make sure that operational concerns are being met. That's why we're aggressively working to modernize FAA technology, hire more air traffic controllers to support that increased demand. Economically, it's welcome to see more and more people returning to the skies because remember, since we're talking about anniversaries and what it was like a couple of years ago, it was only a little over a couple of years ago, everybody was wondering if the airlines would go out of business. Now we have kind of the opposite set of problems. We just need to make sure the system can keep up.
So no meltdowns, no big Southwest messes this year that we have to plan for.
Well, there better not be. And if there is a problem, the airlines know that we are going to be on it very quickly and holding them accountable. But look, we've seen, to their credit, we've seen them step up. We've seen a lot of improvement. The rate of cancellations is actually below what it was before COVID so far this year. I'm looking to the airlines to keep that up, and we'll do everything we can to help them meet those goals.
Mr. Secretary, I want you to know that your views are important to us around here. We like to wonk out on policy on this show, so I'd love to see you again and continue this conversation. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, hope you have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being with us, as always. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Sound On. Jordan's still here. I convinced him to hang out for a minute, and I'm curious, Jordan Fabian, your thoughts on this from your perch at the White House. This is going to be the rollout here for the administration. How did he do?
I think they have the right idea, which is to try and get this money out the door as quick as possible, but also making sure that that money isn't just being siphoned off or stolen. That it's going to the right place. But of course, the struggle is going to be again. Going back to the politics of this, which he's limited in what he can talk about. How does the president ensure that he receives credit? And this is something the president talked about in the Obama administration. He still talks about it now. That
the sales pitch.
That they did that big stimulus project. I'm sure some Americans remember those tiger signs that were around on road projects about 15 years ago.
Yes.
No one knew what tiger was. It was the Obama stimulus. That funded those.
Your tax dollars paid for this. Same for Obamacare, right? He said they should have taken a whistle-stop tour around the country just to explain to people what it was.
Right, and so I'm interested to see heading into the campaign here. And Biden has done this a few times, but does he lean into it more, where he gets a little aggressive, goes into a district or a state? I could think of the Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky and Ohio, like right in Mitch McConnell's backyard.
He showed up for it.
He showed up and made nice. But as we turn to 2024, does he go in there and throw some elbows and said, "Hey, the reason this bridge is happening ain't because of Joe Schmo GOP. It's because of me.
It's because of me, the other Joe." Jordan, great to see you again. Jordan Fabian. He covers the White House for us and with us live on Bloomberg. Thanks again to the Secretary. Mike Dorning's coming in next. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Walmart shares, they're dropping right now, 8%. The world's largest retailer, delivering a pretty cautious tone on the outlook for U.S. consumers following signs of weakness. And the CEO of the company says, in fact, there might be deflation ahead. That's part of the tone that's leading to a risk-off day. We had economic data earlier today that suggests a slowing of the U.S. economy. Treasury yields are falling, but stocks are lower. Among the major industry groups, energy, the biggest drag in the S&P 500, as crude oil, it falls today. And United Auto Workers Union members, they voted to approve a new contract with General Motors. The contract passed by just over 3,400 votes, with 54.7% in favor. As we look at the major averages, the S&P 500 down just 5 points right now. That's down 0.1% at 44.97 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 152 points lower. The Nasdaq 100 is down 18 points. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Sometimes it's the little things. While everyone is predicting a government shutdown in January, at least it's not this weekend. That's the idea. Everyone's going home for Thanksgiving. As we just discussed with Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, making his big debut here on Bloomberg Sound On. Earlier, we spoke with Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts, a Democrat, and Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin, a Republican, agreeing here on Bloomberg about funding for border security. And it makes you wonder if maybe we're not done here in this calendar year, that maybe this Congress will produce a supplemental budget for Israel, for Ukraine, for so many other things unlocked by an agreement on border security. That would be a pretty big deal, considering we can't really even figure out how to fund the government on most days. Mike Dorning joins, one of a few voices of reason we find on a regular basis here in Washington, Bloomberg politics reporter. It's good to see you, Mike, as always. Thanks for coming back in. I wonder what you learned this week watching the new speaker in action, watching the pieces fall together so perfectly the way they did, with the Senate saying, okay, we'll just sign what you guys have. We'll pass that, send it to the president. He'll sign it. It's not going to be that easy in January, is it?
No. What they've done is they've just kicked the can down the road, and that's why it's relatively easy. And they've actually, the one sort of concession that Johnson was able to get was to set up this two-step shutdown process, which probably makes it easier for him to start a shutdown and go to the mat on this with Democrats, simply because the first tranche of agencies that get shut down don't include some of the really high-profile ones, like, for instance, the military, people in the armed services won't have their pay stopped. The national parks will stay open, for the first couple of weeks, and then the rest of the government would shut down. But everything is pointing toward, a battle royale in mid-January into February, and it very likely, very risky, big danger that there will be a government shutdown.
How about this idea of an emergency funding bill getting done before the end of the year? If the Senate can craft this in a way that's palatable to the House. I know Speaker Johnson wants to cut them all apart and do 4 different bills here. The administration is adamant that that can't happen. Where do you think that goes?
Well, it looks like the administration's going to hang together on keeping Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan all together. And they have a little leeway in the real world to do that because Israel isn't so desperate for the money as Ukraine is. So it doesn't hurt Israel that much to delay it a little bit, whereas it hurts Ukraine a lot to delay it. So from a foreign policy standpoint, there's a reason to keep them glued together. This raises this really thorny issue of immigration and border policies.
Could this produce a breakthrough, some kind of a deal that might not have happened otherwise?
We don't know, and we don't know what sort of level of scale is going to be in the end, okay with both sides. There's definitely, I mean, even the Biden administration wants more money for border enforcement, not surprisingly, since you have all these people, crossing the border.
Right.
And Democrats, there's significant concern about that. But when you start getting into these issues about changing asylum policies and things like that, that's a more difficult issue. And it's unclear to me whether you'll get some sort of settlement that the Democrats can live with and the Republicans can live with. That's the big question. But the people who are the big and influential Ukraine supporters on the Hill, people like Susan Collins, people like Michael McCall, they feel like they can get something done by mid-December. Not so sure, but it's possible.
It'd be a pretty big moment if that were to happen, considering how dysfunctional things have been.
Yeah. So I'd say the mid-December is like the earliest something might not.
And probably unlikely, right? I mean, that would be pretty aggressive for this Congress.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very good chance this could push back into January or longer.
Jake Auchincloss, again, Democrat from Massachusetts, said earlier, the window is closing quickly for Ukraine. He didn't want to put a timetable on it, but seemed to think that if this crept into next year, it would hamper their ability to defend themselves. Does that ring true?
It does ring true. I'm not someone who knows.
I know
all
you're
the
not
ins
a
and
military
outs,
analyst, but based on what you're hearing.
But we know already the Pentagon has said that they've had to limit military assistance because of the wait for money. There are European governments that are looking at this, and this injects doubt as to when and how much, whether and when the money will be coming. And you're going into the winter months of the war, which is when it's very difficult for the Ukrainian people, and also it puts more pressure on the European public. So if they don't see the U.S. stepping up, that could be a political problem either in Ukraine or in Europe.
It does make you wonder to what extent Vladimir Putin could take advantage of that in the middle of a very cold winter.
For sure.
And obviously
he does seem to be someone who likes to win and take advantage of things.
That's true, especially when it gets cold outside. He used winter as a weapon last year, and we have no reason to think it'll be any different this time. Spending time with Mike Dorning, Bloomberg Politics reporter with our eyes on the Hill here, Mike. We got a report from the Ethics Committee today in the House on George Santos.
Wow, that was damning.
Wow is right. Says that the congressman from New York blatantly stole from his campaign, but doesn't go so far as to recommend sanctions. It makes it pretty clear, though, there could be grounds for expulsion if you guys want to do something with it, as this is kicked to lawmakers.
The report itself just said he needs to be punished, and it didn't say how.
Right.
But the chairman of the Ethics Committee, right out of the bat, with the report being released, says, I want him expelled, and I'm going to introduce a resolution to do so.
The committee create a report that says that?
I don't know why.
I've heard a lot about a toothless ethics committee.
They don't want to do it, but when you have the chairman say, I'm going to introduce a resolution, and you have these damning findings in the report, and this guy, Santos, was on very precarious position with the House already.
Yes.
He's had 2 efforts to expel him, and both have been kind of referred to committee or tabled. Well, they referred it to committee. The committee reported back, and the chairman of the committee says expel him. So it's going to put tremendous pressure for them to expel him. And I don't think there are going to be a lot of Republicans after this that are going to want to have a vote on the record saying don't expel him.
Sure. And he's not running for re-election now. He says the idea was, and a lot of his colleagues said this, if the voters want him out, they'll vote him out, well, apparently he's not going to get that far. And now new questions, real questions about whether he can even finish his term. What would that mean for the new speaker to lose a seat?
He's in a tough spot. Now, one sort of plus for him is he has probably a new Republican lawmaker coming in a special election in Utah that would kind of replace Santos. So it's a wash in that respect, but he cannot lose. I don't know the exact number at the moment, but I think when it's all washed out, maybe 4 votes is the most he can lose. That said, that was very similar to the situation Nancy Pelosi was in.
That's right.
But she had been, running the Democratic caucus for a decade and had a record of progressive achievements and a very pragmatic bent. Johnson also, obviously has a strong record of like very, very strong commitment to conservative causes. He himself identifies himself as an arch conservative, not just a conservative. So he does bring some of that same credibility she had, but it's a tough, divisive caucus to run.
Well, that's for sure, which means he's going to have to work with Democrats, doesn't it?
So far,
like we saw this week.
He has had to do that. He had to do that this week, just as Kevin McCarthy had to do that. That's going to be much harder to do when we get to this battle royale in late January, because it's different than just working with the Democrats to, hey, we'll kick the can down the road a few weeks together. What's going to happen probably in January is that the conservatives are looking to make their mark then. So if you're not making your mark then when are you making your mark?
Makes you wonder if Ukraine funding gets to the floor under a suspension like we saw with this CR, so Republicans aren't able to stop it in committee.
Well, I think it'll depend on what they get on the border. How they proceed.
That's what this is all going to come down to. This is essentially how we started our conversation. And we could have some really interesting storytelling later this year if that happens.
Yeah, the thing is, though, this is something that, is very time sensitive. You need the aid, and they're tying it to this immigration debate in America, which, back when I didn't have gray hair, when Bush was president, this was something that they couldn't resolve, and they've been unable to resolve it since. So it's not exactly like a little problem that you work out. It's been going on.
It would be a landmark event if there was a deal made.
If there was a deal, this is something that's literally been decades in the making, not more than 1 decade.
You're the first guy we'll call when this happens. Mike Dorning, thank you. Great to see you. Bloomberg Politics reporter. As we turn to Nancy Lyons now for an update on world and national news, let's get to the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Embattled New York Republican Congressman George Santos says he will not run for re-election. His announcement on social media today came after a House Ethics Committee investigation found substantial evidence the Republican had violated federal criminal laws. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile tells Bloomberg Sound On the findings are alarming.
The top line is incredibly concerning. And the ultimate punishment that can be handed out is expulsion. And I'm going to review the report before finalizing that decision. But I can tell you the illegal actions that are set forward in this report are incredibly concerning.
Stile speaking on Bloomberg Sound On. The report alleges that Santos lied about loaning his campaign hundreds of thousands of dollars and that he used campaign money to pay off his personal credit card bills. Well, the verdict is in concerning the man accused of attacking Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer. The jury has found David DePape guilty of federal assault and attempted kidnapping charges. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks are trading lower as this November rally takes a bit of a pause today. Traders becoming more concerned about an economic slowdown. You have Walmart shares weighing on the Dow, falling right now over 8% after the retail giant CEO warned of potential deflation in the coming months. Among the data today, continuing applications for U.S. unemployment benefits rising to the highest level in almost 2 years. And Morgan Stanley economist Ellen Zentner reacted to those figures.
People that have been losing their jobs are staying unemployed for a bit longer, and that's been rising since October. So it's getting more difficult to just get reemployed right away. This is the kind of softness in the labor market that we have needed, and of course it takes pressure off the Fed to raise rates.
And then you have shares of Macy's. They're up almost 5% today after the department store chain reported a surprise third-quarter profit that beat expectations. U.S.-listed shares of Alibaba Group, they're falling after the company posted solid earnings, but they also issued a warning about the impact of U.S. export controls. Right now, the S&P 500, 3 points lower, 44.99. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 149 points, and the NASDAQ 100 right now is 10 points lower. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Keep hearing about small gains, modest accomplishments from this meeting between President Biden and President Xi. We're going to go to the source now from Bloomberg Economics on this, and someone who knows not only a lot about the region, a lot about the players, and a lot about our national security. That would be Jenny Welch, Bloomberg's economics chief geoeconomics analyst, as you know already, my favorite title in the newsroom here. Jenny is literally just off an airplane back from an important trip to Asia, where you toured the region for a couple of weeks, and it's great to see you. Welcome back to Washington. Thanks for staying up for us. You should probably be asleep right now, having flown all night here. You guys put a wonderful reaction piece together on the terminal following the news conference that Joe Biden held last night. Biden and Xi talk the talk, need to walk the walk. Now, you've broken this down very effectively. If you want to know what happened in this meeting, if you weren't in the room and you're not an expert like Jenny, go find this on the terminal or at Bloomberg.com. We talk a little bit about what was achieved and then the things that were not. So let's start with the positives here. Military-to-military communication, the counter-narcotics agreement. Are those enough to support a meeting like this? Was there enough reason to show up when you look at what was taken away?
I think from President Biden's perspective, it was certainly a win that he can come back and say he accomplished these things, especially on fentanyl, given how important that is to a growing number of American communities. And hopefully this deal will help to stem further the flow of fentanyl and its precursors coming from China. Mm-hmm. So I think that one was a big win for him from his perspective. I think another one is a little bit more in the weeds, probably more important to people here in Washington, but that's the resumption of military-to-military talks, right, and the resumption of, as he had put it, the leader-to-leader level sort of red phone, the ability to call each other in the event that there's a crisis. Mm-hmm. And that's important for stability, especially given that there's growing risk of some inadvertent incident happening between these two forces that are operating in such close proximity to each other in the Indo-Pacific.
So put those in perspective for us a little bit, because I think people appreciate the importance of our two militaries talking to each other. You mentioned a red phone. To what extent is this a deconfliction line? To what extent are these used, and how are they? Who will be using them?
So the military-to-military dialogue can be a lot of things. Mm-hmm. A lot of it is a communication mechanism that's sort of steady state. What we would say is it's used to exchange information about how each military is operating in the region, what their protocols are, but it can also be used in the event that there is an incident or a close incident to help resolve and manage it. Mm-hmm. And I think at top of U.S. military leaders and political leaders like President Biden's minds is the fact that there's a growing number of these close intercepts between Chinese airplanes, Air Force planes, and U.S. Air Force assets as well in the region. And that really brings back memories of the EP3 incident, which was a really challenging moment for the bilateral relationship. at a very different time. I think if something like that were to happen again, there's concern about whether we would be able to manage it as well as we did then. And back then, it was still a major crisis.
Well, that's important. Managing it is the term maybe we were looking for here, as opposed to preventing it. If China decides to stay aggressive and intercept our airplanes and, start buzzing our planes and our ships in the South China Sea, there's not much this phone line is going to do to prevent that.
I think it's more about communicating or increasing the ability to communicate. And I think what President Biden is really putting a premium on here, and this was sort of the theme throughout the meeting, was the importance of his ability to talk directly to Xi Jinping, especially given Xi's consolidation of power, of using that as a connection to maybe let Xi know about things that perhaps from the U.S. perspective, maybe Xi's not tracking. And if he was tracking it, maybe he would handle things differently.
You've listed a couple of things that were not agreed upon, like not supporting Russia's military when it comes to Ukraine, or avoiding an escalation of tensions in the South China Sea. You point out a big one, the 737. There was all this talk that this agreement could unlock sales, resume sales of the Boeing MAX jets. Is that for the next meeting?
Next meeting, who knows when that will be, right? This one took a year to come together. Hopefully it won't be that long before they talk again. One thing we could see coming out of this is agreements that follow on afterwards, but maybe Beijing doesn't want to make it seem like are directly related. They don't want to seem to be giving too much. So the other thing we had noticed was in his remarks last night to the CEO summit, she seemed to be making these remarks that were implying something about panda diplomacy, right? There was no direct. There was no direct agreement coming out of the meeting itself, but maybe that's something that he's teasing as a follow-on. And so we could always, I guess I would leave the door open for follow-on things that maybe they don't want to directly tie it to this meeting. They don't want to seem like they were giving too much, but still showing a little bit of goodwill.
So they shouldn't close the panda enclosure at the zoo. Just keep it there, keep the bamboo a little longer.
I think, I don't know. I am somewhat optimistic that Beijing will give some ground on this. I just think it would be a really smart move for them to give pandas to the capital city of the country they're most worried about managing. It just seems like the right smart power move.
Panda diplomacy. Pandiplomacy? I think that's what it is. All right, so lastly, I've got to ask you about the rhetoric last night. I was on Bloomberg Radio and we're listening to this is the final, he's going into his last question. That's always when you step in it. Unless you mean to say something. And as the president's leaving, as gets that last question, as he's preparing to walk off the stage, after your meeting today, do you still think that President Xi is a dictator? He said yes. He said, well, he is. And referred to the definition of the term dictator. How much damage might that have done in Beijing?
I would think that Beijing probably wasn't happy about it, but we're not seeing anything publicly of
like
them
the first
playing
time he used that word.
Exactly. In fact, they're doing the opposite, right? In Xi's speech last night to CEOs, he was still playing up the positive vibes, in particular the rapport he had built up with President Biden. I think from their perspective, their main goal for this visit is to project stability in U.S.-China relations, and playing into that question and answer doesn't serve that goal at all. So I'm sure they're not happy about it. I'm sure my former colleagues are getting an earful from them behind closed doors. But I don't see them making public attention to this.
Of course, Jenny refers to her prior life as a national security official in the Biden administration, formerly with the CIA as well. With our remaining moment, is the world a safer place because of this meeting?
I think this meeting will help create some more stability in U.S.-China relations. My only question is how long will it last? And here's the challenge is we had a similarly very positive meeting last year around this time, and just a few months later, things went off track when there was the alleged Chinese spy balloon that overflew the United States. So I think there's a lot of positive momentum here, but the question is, will it stick when things start to get tough?
Will it stick, and has this relationship bottomed?
I don't think it's bottomed. I think it could get far worse is what I mean by that.
Wow, that's quite a place to leave it. You're going to come on a little more often is what I'm told, right? Actually, no one told me that. I just said that, but I hope that that's true.
Happy to do so.
Your expertise is important to us. Jenny Welch, get some rest for crying out loud. She was on the red eye getting back here to Washington, D.C. It's the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg World Headquarters. We'll look at some of the company stories we're following. Let's start off with this one. This is just crossing the Bloomberg. In fact, Apple, the push to replace Qualcomm chips in the iPhone is losing more ground. They've fallen further behind in the multi-billion-dollar effort to make a modem chip for the iPhone. They're being stymied by the complexity of replacing the intricate Qualcomm component. Say that 10 times fast. United Auto Workers Union members have voted to approve a new contract with General Motors, so that makes the company the first Detroit automaker to get a ratified deal that could end the contentious labor dispute in a series of crippling strikes. Walt Disney battling activists and struggling to adapt to changes in consumer viewing habits. They plan to address employees in a company-wide town hall just after Thanksgiving. Bob Iger, he's on his second term as the global entertainment company's chief executive officer. He's going to address what he calls, or what the memo calls that we obtained, many opportunities before us. That'll take place on November 28th. Disney is making a painful course correction as consumers drop traditional cable channels in favor of streaming. They have invested heavily in Disney Plus, the online service, eliminated thousands of jobs, and also reduced spending on their traditional TV networks. And those are just some of the company stories we are following this hour. I'm John Tucker. You're listening and watching Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington, where lawmakers are fleeing now that our stopgap budget measure is in place. Let's bring you up to date on things. World and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. The Israeli military says it now controls Gaza's harbor after killing 10 militants and dismantling 10 tunnel shafts. The Army says it also destroyed other military infrastructure at the small port that's not far from Gaza City. Today, there is also renewed criticism for Israel in how it had carried out a raid on the Al-Shifa hospital. WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says the situation inside the hospital is intolerable.
There are many more patients than beds. Doctors and nurses are having to make impossible decisions on who lives and who dies.
Ghebreyesus says hospitals are not battlegrounds. Egypt is preparing ambulances and incubators at the Rafah crossing for the transfer of 35 infants. Many of them have had to be taken off ventilators and removed from incubators due to the lack of fuel to run them. He's already under multiple federal charges. Now, Republican Congressman George Santos of New York is facing a growing prospect he could be booted from office. As Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports, Santos is not planning now to run for re-election.
The Republican from Long Island announced the move in a lengthy post on X, in which he blasted the Ethics Committee for releasing the report against him. The panel voted unanimously to refer its findings to the Justice Department. It says there is substantial evidence Santos stole from his campaign. In his post, Santos said he won't stand by as he's stoned by those who have flaws themselves. Ethics Chairman Michael Guest says he'll file a resolution tomorrow to have Santos expelled from the House. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The Senate last night did pass a bill to keep the government running. It now goes off to President Biden's desk to be signed before tomorrow night's deadline. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
Okay, Nancy, thanks. We have fresh numbers out here on the campaign from New Hampshire, and it's from the University of New Hampshire Survey Center, who we talk to pretty often on Sound On. I'll get to that for you in just a moment after I remind you to download the app. If you get stuck in traffic the way I do, if you sit on the train with your phone wondering when you're going to get to work, or maybe you just cut the cord and you're listening at home, Bloomberg has something important for you here as we put the whole operation, basically the whole terminal in your dashboard with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. It gives you access to every Bloomberg podcast, audio forms of stories from Bloomberg News, latest headlines from Bloomberg News Now. And again, I'm pointing to the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app. Download it. This is presented by our sponsor, Interactive Brokers, for a good reason. is you get this on your phone in the Apple App Store or on Google Play, connect your phone to your car, and the whole Bloomberg world will open. As I mentioned, CarPlay and Android Auto, whichever side of the river you are on. I'm a CarPlay guy, works pretty well, got to tell you. With an eye on New Hampshire here, before we hand the baton to New York, a commanding lead still in place for Donald Trump, and that frankly should not be news. Again, this is a poll conducted by the University of New Hampshire Survey Center for CNN. Donald Trump, New Hampshire, 42%, which means he has a 22-point lead over the next candidate. Who is that, you ask? It's not Ron DeSantis. Once again, like the Emerson poll we saw this week, Nikki Haley vaulting into second place with 20% support. Significant, followed by Chris Christie at 14. A man named Ron DeSantis now in single digits at 9. And Vivek Ramaswamy at 8%. That's where things stand as we consider the next debate and voting that will take place in New Hampshire. What is it, the 23rd now of January, a week after Iowa? Start packing the parka because we're taking the show on the road. Thanks to everybody for jumping in today. Congressman Auchincloss, Congressman Style, and Secretary Buttigieg. I'm Joe Matthew. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. It is Friday's Eve, a.k.a.
It's
Thursday.
your Friday.
It's your Friday.
I know. We're both gone tomorrow.
It's going to be 3 hours of dead silence.
No, not true.
I'm just
not
kidding.
true.
Where are we going? We're just going.
Yeah, we're going. We got things to do, but it's okay. We're not going to leave people hanging.
No.
It's a great crew in tomorrow to
A
film
great
in. And I think
duo.
John Tucker is going to be here as well.
Yeah.
Wait, you're leaving me?
Yeah, it's okay.
What? No.
This is not your first
It's
rodeo.
not
You can
right.
do this.
Just come back soon,
It's
okay?
not right.
I know. And Fridays are really fun. We get into a Friday brain. But we're not quite there yet. We're still in the Thursday mode. So I feel like, Tim, wait, what happened? Now bad news is bad news?
Stocks can't go up every single day,
Yes,
Carol.
they can
They
if you're
can't go up
involved.
every single day. The S&P 500's flat right now. It's down as much as a little over 0.2%. Dow's down about 0.4%. The bad news you're referring to is U.S. continuing jobless claims rising to the highest in almost 2 years. And the world's largest retailer, we're talking about Walmart. Sinking as it's cautious on the consumer. Interesting comments from the company's CFO.
Cautious? Anybody?
Yeah, student loans, higher rates, starting to hit the consumer in the last 2 weeks of October.
And they have a great check on the consumer more broadly. So I think it's such an important thing when Walmart comes out. By the way, you mentioned those continuing jobless claims. We've got the 10-year at 4.44. So we have definitely see yields back off once again. We're also going to talk about the takeaways, essentially, from the Biden-Xi mashup. Progress or mostly a photo op? We're going to get into that.
Also later on, live on Bloomberg, Google CEO Sundar Pichai on the heels of last night's dinner with President Xi.
Do you think they had good desserts?
Probably good food, yeah.
Pretty good food.
Yeah, I bet everything was good.
I bet everything was good. We're also going to hear from Rich Paul, longtime friend and agent to LeBron James, founder too of Clutch Sports. We're going to talk about reputation.
Not the Taylor Swift
song,
album, I don't know. We're going to tell you also about the Lord of the Deep, a.k.a. the secretive shipwreck hunter
this.
that has battled governments and risks and rivals, I should say, over the ocean floor's riches. He's a secret. No more.
I love this story, man. It's a long one, guys, and it's really fun to read online because the visuals are killer, but we're going to get into it. We're also going to check in with the Chief Human Resources Officer at Hilton on why having courageous conversations matter, and bam, his name's going to sound familiar.
I'm not going to give it away.
All right, stick around,
Don't
guys.
look at me.
It's coming up in our last hour, so it'll be fun. Hey, right now we're going to focus on the markets. Countdown to the close starts right now.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the Countdown to the Close. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Katie Greifeld. We are joined now by our colleagues Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. And of course, In doing so, we say hello to everyone, all our Bloomberg audiences across television, radio, YouTube, originals. Hi, Carol. Hi, Tim.
Big happy family. Here we
Friday's Eve.
Friday Eve, exactly. What are you guys looking at today?
Hey, retail, and more retail, right? It's been a week full of retail, and I feel like, we're starting to see some real concerns on both the low end and high end, right? We had Walmart come out, the CFO talking about cautious on the consumer more so than they were about 90 days ago at this time. And so then you also had, I hate to say lower end. I just feel like they are a wider snapshot of the U.S. economy. So when Walmart, the world's largest retailer, they say something, you kind of sit up and take notice. So you've got them on one end. Then you've got something like a Burberry, who also warned that the annual profit might be at the lower end of their range. They're worried about demand at this point. So I think it's interesting. We thought the luxury end, Tim, was immune to downturns, but not necessarily so.
I'm also watching Macy's because they did report a third quarter profit that beat expectations. Inventory management was better for the quarter. Same-store sales, though, fell for a third straight quarter. It's kind of a similar story that we got from Target yesterday. This improved, quote, operational efficiency, right? So they're doing a better job managing inventory. They're not marking things down as much, but sales are not increasing, and that's certainly a concern, although investors are happy to see, better efficiency.
That's what's interesting here. I mean, both Target, both Macy's, they had lower comp sales. For Macy's, it was the third straight quarter of declines when it came to same-store sales. But the fact that they are managing things better, they're improving profitability, it seems to be enough for stock investors, at least first blush reactions.
Maybe they're just locking everything behind doors.
Wow, what a perfect segue. I didn't even have to fight for that one.
Thank you, note required on that one.
This is one of the most popular stories right now. It's something that you see if you walk into basically a CVS, a Duane Reade, et cetera, especially in Manhattan, that everything is behind bars almost. So you have to call someone over to unlock the case to actually get your toothpaste, et cetera, your Oreos, whatever that is. And it's interesting, you heard from Andrew Lipsman over at Insider Intelligence, quoted in this story saying that the surge in sales that we're seeing in online personal health and beauty categories, that's just because people can't necessarily buy them, at least in the city, at their local convenience store right now.
Yeah, it used to be high-priced items. Now it's just anything that people could put in their pockets and walk away with.
Ice cream, etc.
Ice cream bars behind glass cases.
I tried to buy body wash last night. Not a big purchase. Went into one of the retail drugstore chains. Locked up, pushed the button like 3 times, nobody came. I did make a purchase, but I went for a lower end purchase rather than maybe something that was a little bit more costly.
I'm impressed you made a purchase. Most people would walk away at that point because they're like, I can't wait, I have to go.
But it's crazy, and I don't think they have enough workers to actually, help people who want to get stuff behind the bars.
Yeah, so it turns into this vicious cycle. If people are going to stop going to those stores to buy these things because it's too much of a hassle and they're just going to order online, then the stores are, not going to do as well. They're not going to carry that stuff, and you're going to actually see those stores close potentially in some areas if they're not actually making any sales. I mean, at the same time, there is the issue of packages getting stolen when you do order stuff. So, you could just order it online and then the package gets stolen.
That's a question. So obviously they're trying to prevent shoplifting, which makes a lot of sense. They lose money there, but how much are they losing from people saying, I don't have time for this, I'm just going to walk out of the store right now and order it online? How do you weigh that out? I'm sure executives of these drugstore chains are talking about that intensely.
The freedom case, apparently that's a solution.
What's that?
You go into a locker and you get a code or a QR code.
Oh my gosh.
And then you get access.
Sounds like a lot of work to get that body wash.
A lot of hoops.
Doesn't sound like freedom.
It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. I just want my body wash. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll be back, guys, in less than an hour's time. We're going to wrap up the Thursday trade. We've got you covered at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. Radio, TV, YouTube, and, of course, Bloomberg Originals. We'll see you at 4 p.m. Wall Street time.
My mama told me you better shop around. Oh, yeah, you better shop.
All right, folks, we're going to stay with the retail theme right now. We did mention a tale of 2 retail stocks today. Walmart stock down the most in more than a year as the retailer struck a concerned tone on the outlook for U.S. shoppers after signs of weakness in the second half of October. And then you had Walmart's CFO coming out saying a sharper fall off in sales during the last 2 weeks of the fiscal third quarter, which ended, Tim, October 31st.
Yeah, this was really interesting. November, though, off to a good start, thanks in part to promotions and holiday shopping. Higher interest rates and student loan repayments, though, weighing on demand. It's interesting when you think about it because that also coincides with the period where we've seen the data come in a lot softer, Carol, sort of the beginning of the month.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Although people tend to, when they're going to spend, they'll spend for the holidays because it comes once a year. So we'll see, I guess. Let's get to it, though. We want to talk a little bit about what's going on, a little bit more on retail. Jen Bartoshis is Senior Retail Staples and Packaged Food Analyst. She is joining us on Zoom from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Jen, hey, good to be back talking with you again. Let's start with Walmart. I feel like when they say something or we get some news out of them, it's really significant. Talk to us about your interpretation of what we got from Walmart and why it could be potentially significant, or not if you don't think so.
No, I think, anything that Walmart says is significant just because they probably have the best pulse on the American consumer out of all the retailers out there. Virtually everybody is at Walmart at some point during the year. So they have that long view that a lot of other retailers don't have. So when they signal that they're seeing some irregularities in consumer spending and a little bit of softness at the end of October, it's something to pay attention to. But I think the good news, as you mentioned, is that, there's a bounce back. They said things are off to a good start in November. So hopefully it was just a glitch, but it is something to keep in the back of the mind as we head into that holiday season.
But they're smacked down by investors today. They're down more than 8% here in the trade.
Hey, another story, though, that we're following today is what happened with Macy's. Shares rallying on a third quarter profit beat thanks to better inventory management, despite same-store sales falling for a third straight quarter. We just spoke about it with our friends over at Bloomberg TV, Scarlett and Katie. I want to bring in Mary Ross Gilbert, Senior Retail Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She joins us on Zoom in LA. Mary, give us your take on the similarities that we saw with Macy's report today as well as Target's yesterday, because it seems like these companies are more efficient, but and investors are rewarding them for that, but there's also that concern that sales are down, that comp sales are down.
That's exactly right. I mean, comp sales for Macy's were down 6.3%. And at the Macy's label alone, it was down 6.7%. So Bloomingdale's, which really caters to a luxury consumer, was down less, in the 4.2% range. So really, and when you drill down into what's going on there, they have a little off-price concept called Backstage, with most of them operating within a Macy's stores. And those significantly outperformed the full-line business by more than 600 basis points. So it goes to show you that value is really what, and this is something that Jennifer was sort of referring when she was talking about Walmart, that value is really the king. And the other category that was doing really well for them is beauty. And they did invest in beauty this year, expanding their store space, both in the Macy's stores and in Bloomingdale's. And of course, beauty draws repeat visits, so that does help. But remember, it's, comp sales were negative. So it does show that there is weakness with the consumer.
We call it Black Friday. I don't know if it exists or it continues to be the case, but it used to be when, retailers would go into the black ahead of all of the holiday shopping that people were doing. The fourth quarter is so important to the retail community. Mary, I want to just stay with you for a moment. Is that still the case?
It's still the case. That's exactly right. Black Friday and the whole event going up to it. In fact, nowadays, everything starts ahead of Black Friday. So Macy's, over the past week or so has been having pre-Black Friday sales. And I'm seeing everyday sales drop across retail for Black Friday specials out there. So promotions are really what's driving sales, and the consumer is waiting for the promotions. But yes, the vast majority of sales will occur during that period, and it is the most profitable quarter for practically all of retail.
Hey, Jen, is that the case too for even a Walmart, that fourth quarter is still so important?
Absolutely. Because especially in an environment like this where people are really watching their budgets, that's where retailers like Walmart and Target, for that matter, tend to shine. They offer great value for the money, and they offer the broad assortment. So it's more of that one-stop shopping at a good price point type of idea. And you also have to remember, Walmart is the biggest retailer of food in the United States. And so we have Thanksgiving coming up. So it's not only about the general merchandise and the apparel and the toys. It's also an important quarter with regards to food, and that makes it overall really important for the retailer.
Jen, I want to go back to this idea that the first 2 weeks have looked good as a result of promotions, as a result of people doing holiday shopping. Can we extrapolate that into the whole quarter, or is this just a one-off for Walmart?
Well, I think that there was a little bit of weakness at the end of October. What we've seen all year as we've gone through the year is that consumers spend around occasions, right? So we saw spikes around Mother's Day. We saw spikes around the 4th of July, and we saw a little bit of spending around around Halloween, but I think that consumers are picking their spots. And so this year we're expecting people to spend closer to when they need things. So people are waiting for the deals.
But honey, I need that pair of shoes. I need that pair of shoes. No, just kidding. Go ahead.
There's some of that for sure, but we are expecting that people, may have pulled back in other ways to save up to be able to spend for the holiday.
Agreed.
So restaurant traffic has been down in the last couple of weeks. It may be that, the average consumer is not going out to eat and they're saving that now $60, $80 to go towards Christmas shopping.
People making choices.
They're making choices.
John, come in though, because you were,
Oh, no, Jen, I thought it was interesting, the earnings call with the CEO, the D word came up, right?
Deflation.
Deflation. Is that right?
Well, what I can say is that we are seeing deflation in certain categories. It's not across the board, but it is good news, especially for the consumer. And the likes of Walmart, they're hoping that as food prices come down, for example, that people have a few extra dollars and that they're going to spend those dollars on general merchandise like apparel or accessories. So, it is something that is coming in. It'll continue into the beginning of next year, but it's going to be a slow progression of seeing that deflation across the entire store.
So, Mary, come back in, because what's interesting? I've heard people say, okay, inflation way down in the last year, but people are still paying high prices for things. But are we seeing prices increase? I mean, numbers would say they're increasing at a slower rate. What are we seeing in terms of the retailers, what they are saying about that?
That's absolutely correct. There are still increases going on, at least, if you look at the department store space. But those increases are less than what they were previously, so that does help. And of course, there are promotions. But I do want to really emphasize that this year, the level of discounting is going to be a lot less than it was last year when most retailers were saddled with heavy inventory. And this speaks to the point that you brought up earlier, is that they've been helped by keeping their inventories low. Their inventories for the quarter were down 6% year over year. And if you compare it to pre-COVID in 2019, it's down 17%. So you can see that they've really done a good job being efficient and then making sure that they've got the values that the consumer wants. But they're still passing on, to a certain extent, any cost increases that they're experiencing. But generally, year over year, they're much lower than a year ago.
Mary, will you repeat a statistic I heard? I was listening in on, I think it was surveillance this morning. Maybe it was with Tom and Paul, but I can't remember exactly. But is it for Macy's that 40% of their revenues comes from, is it cosmetics or fragrances during the holiday season?
Yes, it's beauty. So that includes cosmetics. It includes fragrances. Yes, 40% during the holiday period. Yes.
All right, real quickly.
It's over a third for the rest of the time of the year. So they get that extra bump during the holiday season.
I always remember a statistic years ago about department stores that in terms of like square footage, they make the most when it's like fragrances and things per square footage, because it's just, the markup is incredible. Real quickly, round robin, 20 seconds, Jen. Is the consumer having a hard time? Real quickly.
Consumers under pressure, but there are pockets of groups, there are parts of the consumers that are going to be spending this holiday season.
All right, good to know. Mary, how would you describe the consumer right now?
Yeah, I agree with Jen. We're seeing, overall they're under pressure. And even at the higher end of the spectrum, they're being more selective in their purchasing. But with employment still very strong, that keeps the consumer resilient.
You guys are amazing. Mary Ross Gilbert, of course, Senior Retail Analyst for our Bloomberg Intelligence team. Jen Bartasha, Senior Retail Staples and Packaged Food Analyst at BI. There's your retail roundup. Are you going to go shopping, John? Do you do a lot of spending for the holidays?
Wait a second. I can't get over the fact that she went in to get her preferred body wash. It was locked up, so you went for the discount. What was it? What was the discount?
Was it was like a couple dollars cheeper.
Old Spice?
No, no, I passed on the Old Spice.
That's probably behind the counter.
I think it was like Dove. No, I don't have Old Spice on. No, I have.
All right, we got to go. You're listening and watching
Seaweed
Bloomberg.
hand cream.
for a few 5 minutes.
I want to know more about this dude.
It's like it was more like.
He's young. He's done a lot.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Glenmead. Glenmead offers sophisticated wealth and investment management solutions combined with a personalized service you deserve. Your wealth, your mission, your investments. Let's talk. Visit glenmead.com to learn more. The November rally in stocks taking a bit of a breather today. S&P 500 hovering just around the 4,500 level. The narrative that the Fed has done raising rates still there, but more of the focus is on slowing economic growth at this point. In its earnings report, Walmart worried about a weaker consumer. It's taking a longer time for the unemployed to find a job. Continuing applications for U.S. unemployment benefits rising to the highest level in almost 2 years. And after the close, Applied Materials earnings. One of the things investors will be focused on is sales to China. S&P 500 right now down a point. 4,500 on the index. The Dow down 120 points. The NASDAQ 100 is 9 points lower. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, John Tucker. Really do appreciate it. Well, the cover story of the new double issue of Bloomberg Businessweek magazine, it's on newsstands now, on the terminal, and online at bloomberg.com/businessweek. It is the culmination of an 11-month investigation into a secretive London hedge fund manager who doubles as a deep-sea treasure hunter.
Sounds like fiction, but it's for real. The financier has marshaled a high-tech operation to recover lost pieces of history spanning centuries and entire civilizations from oceans around the globe. He's managed to keep this remarkable enterprise a secret until now.
For more, let's welcome in Bloomberg News senior writer Kit Shalel, who joins us on Zoom from London, and the editor of Bloomberg Businessweek, Joel Weber, here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Definitely check this story out online or on the terminal because the visuals are amazing, and in the magazine, it's just a fantastic story. Joel, I couldn't put this story down. It's got everything: anonymous billionaire, state-of-the-art technology, and treasure fever.
Not anonymous anymore.
Breaks. Yeah. Yes, not anonymous anymore. But tax breaks is kind of where it starts.
Kind of started there. And look, like Kit Shalel and company on this one, just incredible team. It does. There's so much mystery in this, and I think Kit, at his best, is like a heat-seeking missile for these mysteries like this. Everything happens underwater here, mostly. There's a few things that have ended up in courts, which I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about. There's rivalries, there's treasure, but here's the name that you'll never heard of before, Anthony Clegg, and he's a 43-year-old hedge fund executive in London. How did he get into this space, and how much does he like to get in the water? Kit.
Yeah, hi guys.
Hi.
Anthony Clegg. There's actually a bit of a history in the city of London of sort of adventurous business people, bankers, hedge fund types, going after sunken treasure in the pursuit of profit. But around the turn of the century, an ingenious asset manager came up with an idea of not only having fun looking for treasure at the bottom of the sea, pulling up Spanish coins or whatever else they could find, but they could also get a nice tax break as well with the British government. So they structured all these schemes, and that got a whole, hundreds of people in the city interested in the idea of shipwreck hunting for profit. Now, these tax schemes kind of died a death and they never really went anywhere. But it was through those initiatives that Anthony Clegg and the guys at Marshall Wace, which is a huge hedge fund, first came to the idea that they could make some money doing this.
Is it clear how much money has been made at the bottom of the ocean by these?
I mean, nothing about any of this is clear. One of the things about wreck hunting is.
See what I did there, Tim?
If you're a wreck hunter, everyone wants to know what you're up to, because basically, once you find some valuable stuff on the seafloor, it's kind of yours to do what you want with, really. So if you find it, it's top secret. You don't want anyone to know where it is. You want to be able to come back later and collect it. So they go to great lengths to kind of disguise what they're doing. So it was incredibly difficult to piece together all the different wrecks that Anthony Clegg has found. But we call him Lord of the Deep in the story. If anyone can lay claim to that title, it's him. He's found 30 or more shipwrecks the value of the stuff that he's found thousands of meters below the sea runs into billions of dollars. You know, he's right at the very top.
Okay, but it's not like he's jumping off a ship and diving into the water to find these things. The way he's doing it is extremely technical. It's high tech. It involves some very expensive gear kit. Tell us how he does it.
Well, I kind of assumed he was a yacht guy. You know, he's one of these people who's always out on his yacht or a sailing boat. That's not him at all. As far as I can tell, and speaking to people who've worked with him, he doesn't even really like the sea. He doesn't go out on the boats. He sees this as kind of a tech game, a data game. He sees getting to the bottom of the ocean as a technical and data challenge that he can solve better than anyone else. And so he's built this sort of swarm of undersea robots, world-beating technology, side scan, sonar. He's got artificially intelligent software. He deploys it all, and that's kind of what makes him so good at what he does.
But not every exploration kit turns out to either find something or, you know, create a lot of money for him, or returns, if you will. Or even if he finds something, right, it doesn't necessarily mean he owns it.
Yeah, it's contentious stuff, this. You know, governments don't really like it when rich guys with expensive boats come fishing around in their, you know, outside their territorial waters, looking for old shipwrecks. You know, it annoys people. You tend to get attracted. You tend to attract the attention of the local Coast Guard, who come out and ask what you're doing. So Clake's guys have been arrested in a bunch of different places. Now, I should say none of this is illegal. You know, there's no law against, especially in international water, going and salvaging shipwrecks. But ownership is a very difficult issue. All the stuff that sinks to the bottom of the ocean ships was once owned by someone, and all those people have a potential legal claim to that cargo whenever it's pulled to the surface. So there's an expression that modern shipwreck hunting is done in the courtroom, and sometimes when you can recover $50 million worth of gold and then spend 10 years in courts trying to keep it.
Okay, well, you got my attention there with gold at the bottom of the ocean. What's an example or multiple examples that you uncovered in your reporting about what kind of stuff Clake is looking for down there?
Well, he runs the gamut, really. You know, of course, there are 3 million shipwrecks in the ocean going back thousands of years, so there's all sorts of good stuff down there. He's found Ming vases down there. He's found like Spanish doubloons, jewelry, a more straightforward, you know, cargo of cut silver coins from the Bombay Mint that sank in the Second World War and just, you know, was just left untouched for years. You know, you can pull those to the surface and smelt them down and sell them, and you've got, let's say, $20 million worth of silver. So there's a whole range of different things.
Okay, so no one's known this guy, but you managed to find him and get him to talk to you. What did you learn? And how did you get him to talk to you, actually?
How did I get him to talk to me? You know, he's spent a long time avoiding scrutiny. He works really hard to keep his name out of the public domain. You know, the kind of invisibility that he has is an act of will. He has chosen to remain in the shadows. You know, we came to him and just basically said, look, we're writing about shipwrecks and your business. Would you like to explain sort of the complexities to us? And so we had an interesting, brief conversation where he talks me through what he's been doing over the last few years. But one thing he wasn't really able to answer, one thing I still don't really know is, you know, why go to all this trouble? He works at a $62 billion hedge fund. He doesn't need extra money from shipwrecks. He claims not to be particularly interested in the historical side of things. So he's still kind of an enigmatic character.
You've been, though, in the Ocean Infinity control room. Is that correct?
With one of my colleagues, Olivia, got a tour. Yes, it's an amazing high-tech facility. It looks like a sort of an e-gaming arena. There's these giant chairs and sort of Xbox-style controllers, and it's from that room they can remotely control underwater vehicles, robotic submarines. They're even building a fleet of new ships now that can be completely unmanned, that can just be at sea, controlled from their HQ.
Hey, kid, he told you that he thinks the world has reached peak shipwreck and come out the other side. Based on your reporting, do you think that's true? Do you believe him?
Is that true? I mean, look, people have been doing this for hundreds of years, and the tech is just getting better and better and better. Do I think that if one of his robot submarines uncovered a very interesting looking shipwreck that he thought might yield some interesting material, do I think he'd go for it? Yes, absolutely, I do. It's irresistible. Once you get interested in this stuff, once you get hooked, it's treasure fever. You have to go back.
Okay, Kit. So, any sense of what might be on his wish list for the next treasure hunt?
That I don't know. You can play an interesting game with Ocean Infinity, which is his company. Those vessels use the AIS satellite location system, so you can actually see where they are in the world. And we played this game with a couple of ships that are chartered by Ocean Infinity or owned by Ocean Infinity. And sure enough, they were running ladder search formations in places where there are lots of shipwrecks. We don't know what they were doing. Ocean Infinity doesn't share what they do for their clients. They like to treat their client confidentiality very seriously. So they could have been there just looking for undersea cables or, looking for oil and gas or something as simple as that. But
or gold.
We don't know. They could, or gold. Who knows?
Who knows?
Get the pirate's booty.
It's an unbelievable pirate's booty cute. Unbelievable story. Bloomberg News senior writer Kit Chilel joining us on Zoom from London. Kit, thank you so much for being here with us. And Joel Weber, of course, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week, joining us in studio.
Hey, let's get a check on latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Nearly 30 million passengers are expected to fly to their destination over the Thanksgiving holiday. That's according to the industry group Airlines for America. That would be a 9% increase over last year when some airlines, you may remember, hit a rough patch and had to cancel flights. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was asked on Bloomberg Sound On if he expects more travel headaches this year.
Well, there better not be. And if there is a problem, the airlines know that we are going to be on it very quickly and holding them accountable.
With stiffer competition, some airlines are actually discounting airfares for the holidays. Though Congress has started its Thanksgiving recess, the Senate Committee on Aging held a hearing today on scams that have cost older Americans billions of dollars.
Barry Schildhorn, a Philadelphia lawyer, told the senators he got a phone call that was an unpleasant surprise.
It was my son. He said, "Dad, I was in an accident. I hit another car being driven by a pregnant woman. They arrested me. I'm in jail. You have to get me out of here. Help me."
Schildhorn was asked to pay $9,000 for a bail bond. He was ready to do so, but called his son's wife, who put his son on a video call. In fact, crooks had taken the son's voice from social media and used artificial intelligence tools to fabricate the scam phone call. Now Congress is being asked to do something about it. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a guilty verdict for the man who attacked the husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. David DePape could be seen on police video attacking Paul Pelosi with a hammer. This happened inside the Pelosi home last year. His attorney argued DePape was caught up in a conspiracy theory during the violent incident. And a New York appeals court judges paused a gag order that prevented former President Trump from commenting on court staffers. This is in his civil fraud trial. Global news 24 hours a day.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Looks like the November rally take a bit of a pause today. The economic slowdown narrative seems to be in the driver's seat right now. Let's go over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. I almost said Barry Lipschitz. No, Bailey.
It does happen from time to time.
What's up with you?
No, it's
even legends like John Tucker
We're good
can make
friends.
mistakes.
We're good friends.
It's my alter ego, but thank you, JT. Stocks are mostly mixed in what's been a rocky session. The Dow is down 95 points. S&P is little changed, with the NASDAQ also flat. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.45%, and small caps are down 15 points. 7 of the 11 main S&P sectors are trading higher, though, led by gains in utilities and communications, while energy and consumer staples are the biggest drags. Nasdaq Biotechs drop 40 points, transports fall 180, semis are higher by 10, while the VIX is down 1%. Leaders in the Dow, Intel, McDonald's, and Microsoft, while Cisco, Walmart, and Walgreens are the worst performers. After earnings, Cisco fell the most since May 2022 after a weak sales forecast. Walmart dropped the most in 16 months after a cautious outlook and softer sales in October, while Macy's rose after improved inventory drove a profit beat. In other news, United Auto Workers employees at GM approved a new labor contract. The automaker shares are down 2.4%. Wrapping things up, look for earnings from Applied Materials and The Gap after the bell. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bailey Lipschultz.
All right, thanks, Bailey. Well, the story is he was once introduced, when he first started doing this, Matt introduced him as Barry Lipschitz.
Yeah.
And now all your friends jokingly refer to you.
Bailey, yeah.
Oh, I love that.
All right. Thanks,
See,
Bailey.
It's not Elon's world, it's Matt Miller's world.
And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. We check the markets for you, I don't know, all the time. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Carol and Tim.
God, our name's right.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
Start funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. We've got about 17 minutes left in today's trading session. Figured out math.
Yeah, that's right, 17 minutes.
You know, I actually am really good at math.
I know you are.
Like, did it all the way.
I know you are. You're a math major, right?
Jeez. Well, no, but
Econ.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's talk markets. Equity side bouncing around a little bit here. Certainly a different tone from what we got yesterday. We did see yields back off. Our next guest says the tone of the market has definitely changed since those market lows back on October 27th. So great to have back with us, Michael Sheldon.
Yeah, Executive Director and Chief Investment Officer at Hightower RDM Financial Group. He's back with us on Zoom from Westport. It certainly does seem like the tone of the market has changed since those lows back on October 27th. Michael, the question is that shift in tone permanent? And are we in a new era? Or is this sort of precarious?
Well, I think the tone of the market has changed, as you mentioned, over the past few weeks. And the inflation data was better than expected. I think the Fed attitude towards the markets and what they're likely to do in terms of potentially raising rates has changed. The earnings outlook is maybe a little bit better than expected, but I think the tone of the market is likely to remain positive, probably into the end of the year. Generally, November, December are positive times for equity markets. You also had investor sentiment was very negative coming into October. So a number of things sort of moved together. The inflation data, the better than expected CPI inflation data, which was 0.2% month over month and about 4% year over year, was really the catalyst for the big move we had earlier this week. And even though we're down today, I think this trend is likely to probably generate some additional gains between now and the end of the year.
Having said that, Michael, here's an indicator of sentiment, maybe a new era, just crossing the Bloomberg terminal from ICI, the Investment Company Institute. Money market fund assets rise to a record $5.73 trillion.
Okay, well, you bring up a really good point, Carol, and excuse me for interrupting, but this is like something I've wanted to ask for a long time, Michael. If all that money is sitting right now in money market funds, it's essentially on the sidelines and it's not in the equity market. Isn't that essentially considered dry powder right now? There are all these people who have been waiting it out. Are they going to jump back in and move equity markets higher?
Well, there are a couple things going on here. One is that a lot of cash has moved into money market funds because right now you can get about a 5% yield in money market funds, which is much better than, for example, keeping your money in a bank. So money market funds, short-term rates are actually an alternative asset right now that investors can put some money in and get a competitive return. On the other hand, so much money has gone into money markets, partly because of all the uncertainty out there. And if you look back over the past couple of decades, what's interesting is money market funds have peaked around the time the the short-term Fed funds rate has peaked. So if you go back and look at 2007, 2008, for example, money market funds, I think, peaked around something like $2.5 trillion. So we're much above that right now. But money market funds quickly came down when the Fed started cutting short-term rates. And then, as you said, Tim, that represented dry powder once people felt more comfortable putting money back into financial markets.
Michael, that's a great point, though. Are there other things in the market as you look at it that you say, okay, we've hit kind of peak bottom or negativity when it comes to equity sentiment?
Well, in terms of sentiment, we look at a number of things. Generally, about 80% of what we do is fundamental analysis, and probably maybe about 20% is technical analysis. So it's nice to see the technicals line up with the fundamentals. When the market bottomed earlier, just a couple of months ago, sentiment, looking at the things like the put to call ratio, investors' intelligence, bulls versus bears, that was fairly negative, right? That was fairly negative. You also had a large number of stocks trading below their 250-day moving averages. So things on the technical side, things seemed a little bit stretched. And then we had the catalyst, as we talked about. We had the fact that the CPI came in better than expected. The jobs numbers were maybe a little bit less hot than expected. The dollar has come down. So those were the catalysts that we had. And in terms of things on one side or the other, earnings are one thing we're keeping a close eye on. For this year, earnings are supposed to be generally about flattish. We've had a majority of the companies already report their third quarter numbers. So far this year, right now, earnings estimates for next year remain at about positive 11% on a year-over-year basis. So that hasn't really come down. We think it probably will somewhat, but that's a positive sign for next year.
It's a lot of room to come down, right? To still be at least decent and not coming undone.
Yeah, over time, stocks tend to follow the direction of corporate profits. So it is important to keep an eye on corporate profits, even if that number comes down somewhat, which we think it likely will. Corporate profits on a year-over-year basis likely bottomed this year, and the trend does look more positive next year, even if it does come down somewhat.
So any concern from just, and not even anecdotally, but on a one-off basis, hearing from the CFO of Walmart saying he saw weakness in the last 2 weeks of the October quarter.
What if we go into a recession next year?
Exactly. What do you think of that, Michael?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he surprised a few people by talking about in his conference call that he started to see a slowdown in consumer spending during the last 2 weeks of last quarter. Consumers are really important. They represent probably about 2/3 of the overall economy, and services part of the economy is more important than manufacturing. So anything that changes the outlook for the consumer definitely, is first and foremost in terms of getting our attention. Over the past few quarters, and this year in particular, I think resilient is the word that sort of describes the U.S. economy. And the reason it's been so resilient probably is because job growth has been solid. Wages are still rising at a more than 4% rate, even though they've come down. So if there are signs that the U.S. consumer is starting to slow, that could have some negative impacts for the overall stock market and the economy. And that'll be really what we're watching in the first half of next year.
You got to be quick for me, Michael. 15 seconds, new money, you got to put to work. Where do you do it?
I think right now you want to be generally equal weighted in the market. You don't want to take any huge risks right now. We do think the markets are likely to trend higher. The Magnificent Seven, which have led the market this year, are probably going to see continued gains, but the valuation is more attractive in other parts of the market.
All right, good to know. Hey, listen, have a great holiday. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again, though, before all is said and done here in 2023, but always appreciate your input. Michael Sheldon, he's Executive Director, Chief Investment Officer over at Hightower RDM Financial Group out there in Westport, Connecticut. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Radio.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with some of the company stories we're following. Apple falling further behind in its multi-billion-dollar effort to make a modem chip for the iPhone. You can blame the complexity of replacing an intricate Qualcomm component after already delaying a plan to have an in-house chip ready by next year. Apple now likely to miss a goal to ship the component by the spring of 2025. This according to people familiar with the situation. And TikTok removing videos on its platform that promote Osama bin Laden's letter justifying the September 11 attacks against the U.S. They say the user-generated content clearly violates its rules on supporting any form of terrorism. TikTok's already facing scrutiny from lawmakers over possible ties to the Chinese government. And the government of the U.S. seeking to approve a plan that will saddle the biggest banks with much of the tab for refilling the Bedrock Deposit Insurance Fund for the FDIC. Today, we had a research note from BTIG. It landed in inboxes with the title, "Now We Got Bad Blood." The day before, one from Goldman Sachs, David Constant.
Are you doing Taylor Swift on
led
this?
I guess this is Taylor Swift. I don't know because I don't know who she is. With all you had to do was say or stay or say.
Don't look at me.
I told you I don't know.
I can't help you.
Well, for the uninitiated, the titles are plays
John,
on the
just shake it
Taylor
up, will you?
Swift songs.
Shake it up.
Now, the point is more and
Shake
more
it off,
analysts
actually.
on Wall Street are using the songs. Please stop doing that, people. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Company Update.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 4.5 minutes left in today's trading session, getting ready to wrap up the Thursday trade, as we've said, and as you just heard from John, kind of mellow on the equity side of things, a little bit of a breather, if you will. Of course, I'm so glad he knows so much about Taylor Swift there.
I couldn't tell you one of the... Well, I had to read the story to find some of the names of the tunes, but no.
She's so prolific that you could just say a phrase and it's probably the name of one of her songs.
Like, a lot of the songs are kind of dark. Do I want to say that?
I don't know. I don't think they're
They're
dark.
about breakups and you broke
Kind
your
of
heart
like
kind of
negative
thing.
connotations and like they're angry.
You're going to
Those
have the
songs are angry.
Swifties. You're going to have the Swifties coming right after you.
Bring it on.
She embraces people being different. She's
Well, that's
like,
good, but I
has
still...
a voice for people.
She's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get into it. We'll give you some time. Go, I'll send you a little Spotify playlist.
He's obviously a
John.
buddy with Jake Gyllenhaal, who left her.
Hey, I want to talk
And
about
she
this.
wrote a really long song about it.
Mark Gurman's story.
Which one?
About Apple
Oh, you wanna go
adopting
there?
Yeah, this is a good one. There's this whole controversy when you text people who have iPhones from an iPhone versus someone who has an Android phone. You get the green bubbles or the blue bubbles. Well, Apple, in a major reversal, is going to adopt a technological standard next year that's actually going to allow text messaging to operate more smoothly between iPhones and Android devices. So you're actually going to be able to text people from your iPad if it's on Wi-Fi who have Android devices, not just Apple devices.
Wow.
That's a big deal.
It is actually, considering
It's a huge
we
deal.
talk about it all the time. If you're like kind of an Apple household because everything
Yeah.
works together, you tend to stay with it because that's the way that it's structured, and I think they really love that. Having said that, it's a little bit of a more open mind. It's probably very smart on their part.
You know what's interesting? Well, it will keep. I think
We'll
it'll help keep people in the ecosystem.
Yeah.
The concern is that it won't. But what's interesting is in my son's school and all the schools that he's been in, the parents groups are all on WhatsApp because WhatsApp is the sort of the standard
encrypted?
platform. No, not because it's encrypted. We're just doing such sketchy stuff. No, but because it actually works equally well on an iPhone and
Yeah.
Android. But you can't create a group.
It's great.
on
It's a
an
great
Apple.
function.
Yeah.
Not that I'm doing a lot of encrypted or need for encrypted
We'll
stuff.
invite you to the pre-K chat.
I'm busy. Whenever it is. All right, stick around, everybody. Just a few minutes left in the trading day. Over to our TV team, Beyond the Bell. It starts right now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
About 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day, Katie Greifeld and Scarlett Fu counting you down to the closing bell, and here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast, rather. We're joined now by Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. We bring together all of our audiences as we do so. And Carol, looks like we're actually going to finish in the green today on the S&P 500, but just barely.
I feel like it's boring on the equity side of things. I think where the interest is really kind of on what you guys always like to talk about.
The bond market.
Exactly, right? We saw yields back off after
guys
that
know-
weaker jobless.
I'm sorry, do you know who
continuing
just
claims
walked
data.
by, Carol? Romaine. Who just walked by and looked in here over your shoulder, Carol, as you were doing the simulcast.
I'm now looking over to see if he walks by.
You can't keep this guy away.
What's up with that? What's up with that?
I think it's okay.
He's going to make a guest appearance a little bit later on. He is
He
speaking
said
with a special
markets are
guest.
so boring today, I have to come in and shake things up.
I thought he had the day off. This is what happens. He's so excited. I'm sorry, Carol. I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. Take it
Okay.
away. Where are we going?
I'm sorry. I wanted to talk about what we heard from Michael Sheldon over at RDM Financial Group, Hightower RDM Financial Group. He said that, I think it's kind of clear at this point. The tone of the market has just completely shifted since late October. And sort of seems like each day we get more and more evidence, whether it's data, whether it's CEOs of companies telling us that, okay, we are indeed seeing cooling. We're seeing it back, kind of seeing what the Fed wants to see. And look at the way that equity investors have reacted to it.
He says market internals are improving, which is kind of interesting.
Improving, perhaps. We'll see. You take a look at market
Mixed, but
internals today, about 10 seconds away from those closing bells. The S&P 500, again, a very slight gain, up about 13% on some softer volume than normal. You take a look at the NASDAQ, same story there, up about 0.1%. You take a look at the Dow, again, small moves here. The Dow finishing about 0.1% lower, Carol, and it just feels like all the fireworks are at the start of the week.
Yeah, Russell, though, man, that was taking a little bit more of a beating. If you look on a percentage basis, compared with the kind of other indices, the larger cap indices, small cap Scarlet down about 1.5% in today's trade. So a little bit of a pullback.
Yeah, even if you do think that the U.S. economy is going to go through a softish landing, perhaps a mild recession, that idea the economy will hold up better than most, small caps are looking more and more like some kind of value trap because they're just not getting the bid that you thought they would. By the way, Carol, you mentioned since late October, or Tim, you did, the S&P 500 has seen 14 trading days. It's gained in all but 2 of those days, up 9.5% in that period. So pretty remarkable.
That's amazing. That's like a year. That would be a good year of gains in the S&P 500 happening in 12 trading days, Scarlett?
14 trading days.
Wow.
Yeah, so let me just walk you through what's going on here very quickly. You have the 24 industry groups, pretty mixed day given where we are with the S&P 500. Insurers, software, and media entertainment leading the way, each up by at least 0.9%. On the downside, you've got food and staples, that's Walmart, autos, and energy stocks. Energy stocks, of course, really getting hit because of the drop in oil prices.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. Intel, top in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. They got an upgrade by Mizuho to buy from neutral, saying the company was lining up significant new server products in the next 6 months. Upgrade specifically reflecting a PC and data center rebound in 2024, so next year, and a better compute and data center product roadmap. That's coming from the analysts over there. Price target set to 50 from 37 a share. Stock closing at about 43 and change today. That's the number one gainer in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. The number 2 gainer was Intuitive Surgical, which has been under pressure. All of these companies that have been under pressure as a result of the rise in this new class of weight loss drugs. So you're talking about glucose monitoring companies like Dexcom. Intuitive Surgical has also been under pressure. It dropped about 27% from mid-July to the end of October. Well, investors are buying it once again. It's up about 16% since the end of October, but rallying in today's session, as you can see, up about 3.5%. No real news, but it's just interesting that investors continue to move into it. Retail, we've been talking about it. You guys have too. Got to do it. Macy's, definitely one of the outperformers in today's session, up almost 15% at its highs today, finishing the day just shy of a 6% gain, better than forecasted profit, and that's despite comp sales down for a consecutive third straight quarter. We talked about this earlier, right? Better inventory management. That really helped out during the quarter.
All right, well, let's go to some of the decliners on the day today. You talked about Macy's rise, Carol. I'll talk about Walmart's decline. Shares falling 8% today, the most in more than a year. This after the company expressed concern about the outlook for U.S. shoppers after signs of weakness in the second half of October. The company's CFO said that there was, quote, sharper fall off in sales during the last 2 weeks of the fiscal third quarter. That ended at the end of October, of course. Higher interest rates, dwindling savings, student loan repayments, all of those things weighing on demand. November, though, off to a good start. This was the second worst performer on a percentage basis in the S&P 500. The worst performer on a percentage basis in the S&P 500 today goes to Cisco Systems. It's the largest maker of networking equipment. Today, it tumbled the most since May of last year. That's about a year and a half, falling 9.8%. Its revenue forecast raised concerns that companies are reining in their tech spending. Let's look at shares of Carvana. This is an interesting one today. How about Amazon priming your next car? What do you think of that, Katie?
What do I think of that? I think Romaine Bostic is actually offset, trying to distract me. I want to talk
okay,
about
well, okay, well, I'm not going to you quite yet. Okay. Okay. Shares of Carvana falling today by 5.3%. Legacy auto dealers slumping today after Amazon announced an online car sales partnership with Hyundai Motors.
All right.
So you could order that car on Amazon at some point soon.
She has a Honda.
Do I talk about yields now?
You can.
Yes, please.
Or your Honda.
Or my Honda. Let's go with yields because, again, like Carol said, all the action was in the bond market today, and it was actually in a good way. You saw a big rally coming into the bond market, pretty even across the curve. 2-year yields down about 7 basis points, 10-year yields down about 8 basis points. Take a look at the level on the 10-year, 444. Remember when we were above 5%? I barely can. This is the lowest level in really about 2 months since the end of August or so, and it really just speaks to the whiplash that we've seen in the bond market. But it feels like people are really buying into that soft landing narrative. Maybe the Fed can have its cake, eat it too. And you're seeing a lot of, I don't know if you could call it panic or agita get priced out of the bond market right now.
For now, because it could all change tomorrow.
That's very true.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with earnings because Ross Stores, another off-price retailer, has just reported earnings. It is rising in the after-hours trade after third quarter EPS topped analyst estimates by 11 cents, $1.33 for the fiscal third quarter. Comparable sales rose 5%, better than the expected 3.1%. As for the forecast, Ross Stores sees fourth quarter comparable sales rising 1 to 2%. The previous estimate was for 2.3%. And it also sees full year EPS of $5.30 to $5.36. That is an increase from its previous range, and analysts are below either ranges of $5.27. So the stock moving up by 3.6%, kind of a contrast to TJX, the owner of TJ Maxx, which also had a beat and raise quarter, but perhaps a lot of people were expecting more from TJX.
Well, and I'm looking at the press release. The CEO, Barbara Rentler, commenting. She says, "We're pleased both sales and earnings outperformed our expectations for the quarter as customers responded favorably to the terrific values we offered throughout the store." Operating margin, she says, as Scarlett you just mentioned, was up 11.2%, up from 9.8% last year. She said as leverage from the same-store sales gain and lower freight costs were partially offset by higher incentives and store wages.
Okay,
so there's some different things going on, some
but
dynamics.
But think about what she's saying there. I mean, even though fuel costs were lower, they still had to put stuff on sale more, Katie, in order to attract people into the stores to buy those things. And then, of course, you have the wage story coming into this. So, and she's still feeling pressure on the wage front, and that's going to hit margins.
Yeah, there's honestly a lot of cross currents to parse through reading through this release. Again, you take a look at the after hours action and it seems uniformly positive. I don't know about you guys. We've been watching retailers report all week. It feels like there's not one narrative that we can settle on. It feels very idiosyncratic.
Except for inventory management.
True.
That's it.
Yeah, but even then, like if you want people to buy in your stores, you need to provide a good experience, and that does mean staffing up because you can have all the inventory there, but if you don't have the staff to push those sales through, people will just get fed up and walk out, as we're talking about in the last hour.
No, it seems like it's all over the map, so it's going to be very interesting. We just talked with 2 members of the Bloomberg intelligence team who said, you know, it's a reminder. It's called Black Friday because it's when retail turns profitable for the year. That fourth quarter is so important, even for a retailer like Walmart. So this last quarter is going to be really important for these guys.
Yeah, and the fact is people right now, in order to save up to actually buy stuff this holiday season, they're pulling back on other spending, potentially spending in the services category. So think restaurants are not eating out as much or spending as much money at these restaurants so they can actually buy things this holiday season.
Yeah, although if you trust Walmart and you believe what Doug McMillan is saying, maybe those things will cost a little bit less in 2024.
Yeah, well, too bad that's after the holiday quarter, right?
So where's the narrative, right? Like that's the point, right? It's like kind of, it feels like all over the place, which is why the market's kind of
that makes a market.
Here we go.
It does indeed. All right, guys, have a great weekend because Tim and I are not going to be here tomorrow. So
don't tell me that. Scarlett will be here though.
I'll be on radio. I'll be one of you.
Scarlett's yes, exactly. She's going to be holding down the fort for us. That's going to do it though on this Thursday. Our cross-platform coverage on the markets, Beyond the Bell. We call it at 4 p.m. Radio, TV, YouTube, and of course Bloomberg Originals. We'll see you all tomorrow. Leaders that were meeting in San Francisco. Here's some of the commentary. We're in a competitive relationship. That was from one leader. The other saying, we'll not fight a Cold War or a hot war with anyone.
Okay.
President Biden saying the first thing about a competitive relationship. President Xi of China saying the latter, about not fighting a Cold War or a hot war with anyone.
Okay, and then there was this one. China has no intention to challenge the U.S. Or to unseat it. Again, that one coming from President Xi. And then from President Biden, he's a dictator in the sense that he's a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours.
He said that before. So let's get to it. President Biden and President Xi spoke for 4 hours. They emerged from their first meeting in a year, betting that a handful of small victories will arrest a surge in U.S.-China tensions that has really unnerved neighboring nations and threatened global economic growth. A frequent visitor to Asia, as are members of his team. Back with us is David Riedel. He's president of Riedel Research on Zoom in San Francisco. David, really great to have you back. So timely. This meeting, significant or just a photo op, which many would also say has value in seeing these two leaders together and on U.S. soil specifically?
That's exactly right. I'm not denigrating the photo op. That's an important part of diplomacy. But I think some important things have happened here. I think a floor has been put in the relationship. I think things stopped getting worse. And I think we have the building blocks of recreating at least a functioning U.S.-China relationship, which is very important for us, for them, and for the rest of the world.
Well, point out what in the past couple of years has not been functioning and what you think, now that there is a floor in the relationship, will start functioning soon, David.
Well, the most dangerous thing is ongoing disputes in the South China Sea and in the Taiwan Straits. You may remember that China lost an international court ruling that where they lay claim to most of the South China Sea, all the way to the borders with the Philippines and Vietnam and other allies of the U.S., really saying that is essentially part of their country and no one should pass through it without their permission. Also, the Taiwan Straits, they've determined that is what they consider an inland waterway, which is part of their country. And those are things, of course, that the U.S. strongly disagrees with, as does most of the rest of the world. And they've been conducting these Freedom of Navigation Acts, which have really rankled China. Because we've continued to sail warships through both the Straits and the South China Sea, and that's caused a lot of problems. That's actually one of the more important things that was accomplished here, the reestablishment of military communications. So I think the first thing that's hopefully off the table is some sort of miscalculation or accident or problem that results in an actual military conflict because of an accident in one of those two areas. That's something that's gone really wrong. Trade policy, other things about rhetoric in both political systems have been troublesome, but really the danger in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait has been my main concern.
So, like a relationship that goes bad, you can have where the two individuals don't talk, or at least they're talking, and so you get to a better way. Is that kind of where we are with the U.S. and China right now?
That's exactly right. And they're talking at every level. You know, it's important that Biden and Xi sit down, but it's also important that the high-level officials sit down, middle-level officials, people up and down the trade and commerce arena, as well as the military arena. So communication and connection at every level is critical to avoiding a problem.
Panda diplomacy.
I was going to go there, Carol.
We laugh
so lucky.
about the pandas leaving the U.S., been here for decades, now maybe coming back. Are we right to laugh, or that sharing of something that is native and unique to China so important and a big deal?
You know, I'm reminded of how important it was during the 1970s when we were first establishing contact with China, what they called ping pong diplomacy. And you can sort of snicker at the idea of ping pong players forming the basis of a relationship between very large economies like this. But it is important to have those person-to-person connections and that sort of sentiment. Pandas are a part of the quiver of resources that China has, and I am glad for one to see them using it. But let's look for other ties between students and researchers and scientists and so on and so forth. That's what really can help. That's what helped build the original relationship and can rebuild it now.
But where are we with the panda diplomacy? Because what happened recently was China took back its pandas, and now we had Xi yesterday talking about potentially sending them back to the U.S. It seems like, I mean, was he using this for leverage that recently?
You know, I think that the pandas are always on loan, as are, art pieces and so on and so forth between different countries. So it is their right and prerogative to take them back. I'm not exactly sure what spurred that. It might have been a moment of national pride or something that led them to do that last year or just a few months ago. But the idea that he's opening back up to sending more pandas back to U.S. zoos, I think is an important next step.
Hey, David, what does the narrative or headlines get right about this relationship? What does it get wrong?
It's super complicated and very synergistic. We both need each other. We need them for a large workforce, the ability to produce things like iPhones and other pieces of technology that are in all of our pockets and on all of our desks. We absolutely need China for that. They need us to be part of the group that consumes their products and keeps their workers busy. We need them to buy our U.S. treasuries and things like that, and they need us to provide a place to put some of the reserves and the savings that they have in their country. So we need each other.
You know, I believe it was Arshad Bossack in her conversation with Citadel's Ken Griffin this week, where he basically said, just imagine if TSMC just cuts off its supply of chips to the world, everything shuts down, every production line shuts down. You know, we talk about Apple, the close connectivity between the two nations, but you think about TSMC, it just, you know, provides chips for everybody.
And that is actually absolutely the most critical part of the U.S.-China relationship going forward, Taiwan, and what happens there. You know, we have stuck to a one China policy where we recognize just the government in Beijing and don't have official recognition of the government in Taiwan. We don't recognize China's claim to Taiwan, but we just don't talk about that. Xi, of course, says that he wants to fold Taiwan sort of back into the motherland, as he would refer to it. And apparently during the discussions, Xi said, look, peace is all well and good, but at some point we need to move towards resolution more generally. So I don't think, you know, this is certainly not off the table. Maybe it's not pressing this month or this year or the next couple of years, but China does have their eyes on Taiwan, and TSMC makes that a super complicated situation for the U.S. as well as the rest of the world.
Speaking of tables, there are a lot of people who shared a very important table with President Xi last night.
Yeah, well, certainly a who's who of executives there yesterday, not just at the dinner, right? Elon Musk wasn't there at the dinner, Mark Benioff wasn't there, but they did sort of a drive-by greeting during the cocktail hour. We had Sundar Pichai of Alphabet, Citi's Jane Fraser. Larry Fink was at President Xi's table, Tim Cook of Apple, of course. We didn't know, by the way, Carol, if he was actually going to be there.
We didn't think he was going to be.
Come on.
He was
been
there.
to China twice this year. He was there.
Of course he's going to be there.
Explain to us, you know, the takeaways from who was there last night and who wasn't there last night, and who was at Xi's table.
Well, it is interesting that how important financial services were in that. That actually struck me, how many financial services people were there, because that's an area where U.S. banks were involved early. Some of them got burnt, but it's a growing part of the Chinese economy, and of course, a huge part of U.S. services exports into China. So that's an important balancing part of our goods deficit with China is our services. So I'd keep an eye on the financial services industry. That's pretty interesting to me. I'm not surprised that Cook was there. He knows what's important to him and his future at Apple.
Yeah, it's like, I think I can move my schedule around.
Yeah, of course.
I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. David, thank you. So appreciate it. David Riedel, president of Riedel Research on Zoom in San Francisco. Just want to quickly mention Gap out with their earnings. Looks like adjusted EPS, it's a big beat, 59 cents versus an estimate of 19 cents a share. Net sales, $3.8 billion versus an estimate of $3.61 billion. But this is the important one. Third quarter total comp sales down 2%. The estimate was for a decline of 8.66%. Stock is up 8%.
Wow.
In the after.
See if it holds tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. They've been trying to figure, the model out. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker of the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's start off with the earnings after the bell. Applied Materials shares down over 5% in aftermarket trading. Yet Gap reporting third quarter profit that exceeded forecasts. Smaller than expected drop in comp sales. So the new CEO there, Richard Dixon, having some early success in improving the performance of the company. We ended the session kind of mixed. S&P 500 5 points higher at the close. That was up 0.1%, ending the day above 4,500, 4,508. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, that was down 45 points. A lot of that was the decline in shares of Walmart. And the NASDAQ 100, 16 points higher at the end of the session. That was up 0.1%. We also saw, after the data today, yields falling. 2-year yield was down 6 basis points, 484. The 10-year was down 9 basis points at 443. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Carol and Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you, John Tucker.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, we're like looking at stuff.
Hey.
So you were not paying attention to a word that I just said, is what you're saying
please
now.
do not quiz me.
Do you know there's no such thing as multitasking? At least for me.
I used to be a good multitasker.
No.
I am not anymore.
No.
It's too much.
You gotta focus.
Focus.
Hey,
John,
check out the
you
new
focusing?
Bloomberg Business app. It features Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. You can listen to Bloomberg
How much
Business
is it,
Week.
Tim?
It's free.
Oh, wow.
And all of our
I think
Bloomberg
I'll get
radio
it.
programs anytime. Let's just say you want to hear more John Tucker for some reason. All you got to do
Or you don't.
is download the Bloomberg Business app on your smartphone. You connect your phone to your car. It's free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Thanks to our sponsor, Interactive Brokers.
My husband loves Apple CarPlay.
CarPlay's awesome. Android Auto's awesome too. I'm told.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good to know. All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic and John Tucker on the side. Just like a good bunch of mashed potatoes. Or peas. Do you really want them? Not really.
You do.
Yeah, you mix them together, the peas and the mashed
That's
potatoes.
Don't they call that succotash or something?
All right.
You put vegetables
You're
in.
calling me succotash. Thank you.
You're welcome. Chief, how about Chief Succotash?
Hey, Fortune is out today with its
Yeah,
world's
let's get to
best
that.
workplaces list. And we've got the Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer of the company that topped the year's list. We're going to tell you who that is in just a minute. But first, a little bit about the list. Fortune partners with the consulting firm Great Places to Work. What they do is they analyze surveys from more than 6 million employees at organizations that are certified by this consulting firm. The companies must have at least 5,000 employees, Carol. They must be global. 40% of them need to be outside of the country in which the company is headquartered.
All right, so now that we have that out of the way, we want to get to the logistics. The number one company, according to this list, is the global hospitality company Hilton. Laura Fuentes is Chief Human Resources Officer at Hilton. She joins us on Zoom from Virginia on this Thursday. Hey, Laura, it is great to have you here with us. Congratulations. So tell us, when you have a ranking like this, I'm always curious how you guys see it. What does it do for you in terms of your hiring capabilities, and what do you do with that information?
Hi, well, thank you so much for having me, Carol and Tim. Such a pleasure to be here. For us, it's an enormous moment of pride. It's been a multi-year long partnership with the Great Place to Work Institute and Fortune on this journey. And if you can imagine, we have 460,000 team members all around the world working across 20 brands in over 120 countries. And this morning was an enormous and joyful celebration around the world. So this helps us to keep our team members engaged, feeling so proud of the Hilton family, and helps us hopefully attract the next generation of leaders, of team members across our hotels and corporate office. In fact, the head of our recruiting team came up to me today and said, this is going to make our job so much easier. And it's certainly a topic we cover with candidates when they do research on Hilton and, with our team members as we look to continue to develop their careers here.
Well, talk to us a little bit about that, because the theme over the last couple of years, and we're starting to see it soften a little bit, Carol, is that companies are having a hard time attracting and retaining talent. So give us the metrics that you're seeing at Hilton and how this is a game changer for attracting that talent when people do apply and they see that this is, according to at least this survey, the best place in the world to work.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we certainly weren't immune to some of the challenges over the last few years either. And if you think about our recruiting engines with 460,000 team members around the world, we hire over 100,000 people into our ecosystem every single year. And during COVID, that kind of came to a screeching halt. And of course, coming out of the crisis, we're back, both growing our business, hiring people into our properties, launching new brands. Travel is booming, as I'm sure you've both experienced. And so for us to be able to come back with a strong message that says all of our team members are instrumental in making an extraordinary stay for our guests and showcasing the pride that our team members have in working at Hilton, whether that be the housekeeper, the chef, the team member at the front desk, our engineers, our tech, software developers. And so showcasing the thousands of jobs that we have at Hilton. If you think of a hotel, it's like a little city. And getting that word out that we are not only, coming back from the crisis, but coming back stronger than ever.
Laura, I do also wonder, because you guys, you have wholly owned, facilities, hotels, excuse me, and then you have those that are franchised throughout the globe. Does that make it a little bit more complicated to kind of get this done?
Yeah, I think it does make our ecosystem a little bit more complicated. And we work with our owners of our franchise properties really closely to make sure that they're building great cultures of their own with, some of our guidance on areas like recognition and learning. But of course, they're building in their own ways amazing cultures. And we're all connected with our legacy. We're a 103-year-old company. Our values are shared across the entire ecosystem, but it certainly makes it a little bit more complicated when you think about, programs and benefits that we each offer that may be a little bit different. And so we try to find the common ground. What do those 460,000 people have in common? They want to serve our guests and they feel super proud of the Hilton brands.
I wonder about the different brands and how they're so diverse and how they're so different around the world, and how you are able to have a commonality there with the types of people that you employ and also making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, it's a great comment, right? Our brands, if you can imagine, span from luxury, Conrad and Waldorf Astoria, to our, anchor brand Hilton, to, our full service, and then extended stay, and some of the new brands that we're launching, such as Spark. And so we train our team members to serve our guests in the ways that they would expect at those brands, right? Where you want perhaps the deep luxury experience or the more expedited focused service experience. But again, when I travel around the world and visit all of these different properties in different countries, I'm always inspired by how the values come together, and hospitality, our teamwork, our sense of urgency, and Hilton family actually bridges those differences. So we do look to train for specific sort of business offerings, and I hope you all have that great experience when you travel with us. But we're united in that common theme of our values and our culture.
Do people who work at either Hilton corporate or people who work at different properties around the world, different brands around the world, do they jump from portfolio to portfolio company?
They do, actually. It's one of our goals, is to create more opportunities for people to move up and across categories, and from hotels to corporate and corporate to hotels. So we see that actually one of the most recent stats is that from after COVID, we saw 50% of our senior director and above roles being filled internally. And so that, to me, just is a great signal of the movement and opportunities. We try to recruit internally first. And anytime that managers are talking to the people on their team, it's really trying to open up the vast amount of opportunities that we have, not only across properties, across corporate and hotels, but also across regions. So many of our leaders have grown up as true global citizens and stayed with us. Over 40% of our team members have been with us for more than 10 years.
That's pretty.
And
that's
we've
pretty.
experienced.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool to have that kind of length in terms of duration at a company, and it does probably help with instilling a certain culture. Laura, one thing I do wonder, the current environment. What are you guys seeing? We had an interesting weekly jobless number, the continuing claims number, showing some softness today. What are you seeing in terms of a labor force that has been so tight? You talk about how many workers you guys hire. What are you seeing? How would you describe the labor force right now?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the challenges that we saw 2 years ago have started to ease up. So our time to hire is faster than it was in 2019, actually. Our turnover rates, so our quit rates, as we hear spoken industry-wide, are lower than they've ever been on the corporate side, and on the hotel side are starting to stabilize. So we're seeing really encouraging signs regarding, the fact that our recruiting jobs are getting filled, that people are staying with us longer. And we just held, our annual survey, surveying all of our managed and corporate estate, and our engagement scores there were higher than ever. So we're seeing people come back to hospitality. We had lost a lot of talent during the COVID years. And I think hopefully folks are starting to see that this is an industry that has a ton of opportunity, a ton of learning, and is a lot of fun to work in.
What about wages? Is there still some wage pressure, though?
We always look at not only wages and try to stay ahead of market dynamics, but at the entire value proposition and portfolio of benefits that we offer our team members. And so we feel that we're very competitive. We offer uniquely Hilton benefits. We're always trying to stay ahead and make sure that our team members are paid a very competitive wage. And so honestly, regardless of the pressures of the market, we're constantly every year benchmarking and adjusting as we need to take care of our team members.
So is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Do you guys say recession often at the company right now? It's about 10 seconds left here, please.
We're really optimistic and very hopeful. Travel is really strong. We look at the brands that we're looking to launch next year, and we feel really, really optimistic about what the future holds for hospitality and for Hilton.
Well, so pleased to get some time with you. Laura, thank you. Laura Fuentes, Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer over at Hilton, joining us on Zoom from Virginia.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We're going to stay pretty close to Virginia, go to Washington, D.C., where we find Nancy Lyons in the 981 newsroom. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Embattled New York Republican Congressman George Santos says he will not run for re-election. His announcement on social media today came after a House Ethics Committee found substantial evidence the Republican had violated federal criminal laws. Wisconsin Republican Congressman Brian Stile tells Bloomberg Sound On the findings are alarming.
The top line is incredibly concerning, and the ultimate punishment that can be handed out is expulsion. And I'm going to review the report before finalizing that decision, but I can tell you the illegal actions that are set forward in this report are incredibly concerning.
Stile speaking on Bloomberg Sound On. The report alleges that Santos lied about loaning his campaign hundreds of thousands of dollars and that he used campaign money to pay off his personal credit card bills. The chairman of the House Ethics Panel has called for Santos to be expelled. Well, the verdict is in concerning the man accused of attacking Nancy Pelosi's husband with a hammer. The jury has found David DePape guilty of federal assault and attempted kidnapping charges. After a year of strikes in Hollywood and the auto industry, now it's Starbucks' turn. The union representing thousands of Starbucks workers is staging a one-day walkout today. It coincides with Red Cup Day, one of the coffee chain's busiest days of the year, when the company hands out reusable cups with the purchase of a holiday drink. Daisy Federspiel-Bayer, a supervisor in Seattle, explains why she's walking off the job today.
To take away the profits for the company, to put pressure on them.
Workers United says this year's walkout is its largest to date. The Oakland A's are a step closer to moving to Las Vegas. MLB owners unanimously approved the franchise's relocation to Nevada today. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash, that major averages ending mixed this session. Applied Materials, the biggest U.S. maker of chip-making machinery in the aftermarket, down 7% following a report it faces a criminal investigation for violating export restrictions to China. The report overshadowing generally upbeat quarterly results from the company. Again, the major stock averages ending the session mixed. There was data today suggesting a slowing economy, and Walmart, they delivered a cautious consumer outlook. That stock was down 8%, helped drag down the Dow Jones Industrial Average as well. And Wei Li at BlackRock looking for an economic growth of only 0.5% next year. Talked to her earlier.
Is growth going to slow down? Yes, I think so, because we have had the fastest rate hike cycle since the 80s, and it's going to act on growth with a bit of a lag. But we're likely going to see kind of rolling growth slow down in different parts of the economy.
The S&P 500 ended up 5 points, 45.08 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was 45 points lower, and the Nasdaq 100 16 points higher at the close, up 0.1%. Oil tumbling below $73 a barrel. That was the lowest since July. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well done, Mr. Tucker.
Well,
Which part?
you.
The whole thing?
I was honestly thinking that John just has an amazing voice.
He does. He does. There's nothing like it.
You know,
Yeah, but it's the content I want you to focus on. I have a brain, too. Well, sort of. Would you call me before succotash?
Succotash.
I mean, you do write all your stuff, too, so...
Comes mostly just, off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Writing is
that's
so
his brain.
He is pretty quick.
He's good.
It's pretty
yeah.
It's
It takes
pretty
too much
remarkable.
effort to write this.
Yeah, maybe we'll keep
And it
him.
changes so much.
Maybe we'll renew that contract.
Those of you listening and watching right now heard a fourth voice in this studio.
Also pretty wonderful.
Also pretty wonderful. That's none other than Bloomberg Businessweek contributor Max Abelson, because we're talking to him for the reason that the latest episode of the Business Week show is dropping tonight. It's the world's first late-night TV talk show about pop business. We're talking money, power, and culture.
That's right. Bloomberg Business Week, Max Abelson going deep with the guests about the profound and complicated themes that make business and life so interesting. He does it so well. And each week there is a theme. As you all will recall, we've talked about genius, risk, moonshots, and ambition. This week's theme is cue Taylor Swift, reputation.
Yeah, those are good themes when you listen like that. And reputation's a tough one. Reputation's a tough one because if you want to ask someone about their reputation, you're not going to learn that much. We are all of us are so disconnected from the public reputation that we have. It's sort of, in a way, it's like unknowable and it's kind of unchangeable. But reputation's such a powerful thing, and I had a really fun time thinking it through for this episode.
Well, how did you think about it? How did you say, okay, well, here's how we want to do it?
Well, it would have been cool to do an episode, maybe we'll do one in the second season, that was like about people with particularly wild reputations right now. But what we did instead, I think, was a little bit deeper and more meaningful, which is that we really spent the episode thinking about reputation itself. So we have someone who, in sports, I feel like everyone who plays in the game of basketball, the owners, the players, the refs, everyone has a reputation, but there's sort of no one with a thornier reputation than the sports agents. And we spoke with probably the most interesting agent probably currently alive, a man named Rich Paul. Listeners may know that name because he's LeBron James's agent.
Adele's boyfriend, too.
Fiance, okay. And, all right, very nice, very nice. Also his partner is Adele. Shout out to Adele. But he's such a fascinating guy because, so Rich Paul, who's an agent to many, many stars, he just wrote a memoir called Lucky Me, which I would recommend to listeners. It's a really good book. It just came out. It basically has no sports in it. And instead, what it's about is growing up really poor in Ohio and being a sort of kid street gambler and then dealing drugs. And I just found it to be such an interesting experiment of like, here's this powerful, connected guy who has a big new book out that potentially a lot of people don't want others to know what they did in their past because they're worried about their reputations getting sullied. And that was really, that we spoke a lot about that.
Hey, well, let's go to some of that conversation. You guys talked about the role of not just that, but also LeBron James in Rich Paul's success. Let's take a listen to some of this episode.
I want to ask you about LeBron because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long, under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se. I sacrificed to put myself in a better position because I didn't want to be dependent of LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you met somebody in the airport and happened to be LeBron, and if it wasn't for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want to be?
The commissioner of the NBA.
I believe it.
I love that.
Yeah. You could be.
That is so cool. That's part of the episode of the Business Week show tonight that's airing, of course. Max Abelson talking with Rich Paul. It is interesting, and as you said, getting into his backstory, and I too am kind of fascinated by him and what he did. He came from a very rough background, but he was driven, and you could see that even as a kid, right? And so as much as it was serendipity, I guess, that he ran into LeBron, right? And that relationship certainly put him into a different path, if you will. It does feel like that this guy, Rich Paul, was going to do something big.
Yes, and I love how sensitive and honest he is about his reputation is that, in a way, he was lucky. He was wearing a throwback Warren Moon jersey because after dealing drugs, he basically started dealing vintage jerseys, becomes his business. And he happened to be wearing an incredibly cool jersey. He happened to be about catching a flight in Ohio. A teenage LeBron James bumps into him. LeBron James likes the look of his throwback Warren Moon jersey. They become friends. And then of course LeBron James hires him. But all of us have such vivid understandings of our own stories. We're all trapped inside of ourselves, and we all tell ourselves stories about who we are, and then we're confronted with other people's stories about us. And I loved that he was able to talk about the discordance, the gap between his reputation and how he perceives himself.
Well, it's not just Rich Paul on the program tonight. You also speak to Alice Wong, the founder and director of the Disability Visibility Project.
Yes.
Talk to us about your conversation with her and how she fits into Reputation.
Shout out to Alice Wong. Well, disabled people in America, there's a very good chance that if you're disabled, you really have very little control over your reputation. And she speaks with great depth and great clarity about the way that disabled people are perceived, or sometimes not perceived at all, just ignored and kind of erased, as she would say. She also has a wonderful memoir. It's called You're the Tiger. Honestly, I feel like if anyone wants a good book right now, You're the Tiger or Lucky Me, you could do a lot worse than reading the memoirs of my guests. But I really enjoyed the combination of Alice and Rich. I feel like, shout out to Joel Weber, the editor-in-chief of Business Week, and Kristen Powers and Edwina Otira, my director and producer. I feel like it's so much fun to be working on a show where the guests are so unusual and so extraordinary. It makes my job, which is as the host and the interviewer, it makes it so easy because I feel like anyone basically in this newsroom could sit down and have a really good time thinking through the thorny question of reputation with Alice Wong or with Rich Paul, and I hope it's fun to watch because it was really fun to make.
It's just thoughtful, though, in terms of the different views, right? Interpretations of something.
Very different, very different, and the way they deliver it. Rich Paul is a laid back, confident, soft-spoken guy. Alice uses a text-to-voice technology to communicate. Wow. And and speaks with a confident, her writing has, to use an ironic word for writing, it's loud. Like she is not shy. She knows exactly what she wants to say, and Alice says it vividly. And Rich Paul, by comparison, very reserved, very reserved. I feel like the two of them combined are such a great statement on American ambition and American reputation.
What a great group of guests, and what a great show, Max. Always love it when you join us. This episode of the Business Week show that we've been talking about, it premieres tonight at 10:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Television. You can also watch them online at Bloomberg Originals. That's bloomberg.com/originals.
We just love that you get to come visit with us every week.
And I genuinely enjoy being here with you.
Well, good luck. Good luck tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right, kiddo. Be sure to catch it, everybody. The Business Week show tonight at 10:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg TV.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News. We'll look at some of the company news. Applied Materials being probed by the Justice Department. This comes over dealings with China's biggest chip maker. The report overshadowing some generally upbeat quarterly results that we got today. The company posted earnings and gave a forecast that both topped analyst estimates. The company and its peers operating under increasingly strict rules imposed by Washington on exports of chip technology to China. Gap reporting second quarter comparable sales and revenue that missed the average analyst estimate. This kind of underscores the ongoing weakness at their four brands. The results come 3 days into the CEO Richard Dixon's tenure. He joined the company from Mattel after his success with the Barbie franchise. While Dixon has yet to lay out a vision for the future of Gap, he's generally expected to bring stability to the company that's faced leadership upheaval in recent years and also the prolonged weakness there. And Amazon customers will be able to buy Hyundai motor vehicles on the e-commerce giant's website starting next year. Oh, you get delivered? They leave it on the porch?
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Can I get it 24 hours? Order now?
Currently,
is it a recurring delivery?
Currently, shoppers can choose a car from multiple automakers, but you can't actually purchase it on Amazon. You have to be connected with a dealer to complete the transaction. Now, customers will be able to buy a Hyundai vehicle from the dealer directly on Amazon's site. And that
can I get the
undercoating? Oh, you can get that too.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We go to Nancy Lyons. She's in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. New York Congressman George Santos says he will not run for re-election next year. The news follows a report released today by the House Ethics Committee, which found, quote, substantial evidence the New York Republican violated federal criminal laws. New York Governor Kathy Hochul tells CNN Santos must step down now.
He has to go away. This mega clown car has to come to a screeching halt instead of shifting into high gear. And so he and his colleagues and his enablers need to be held accountable.
Hochul says if Santos resigns, she'll be ready to call for a special election within 10 days. A New York appeals court has put on hold the gag order that was imposed against Donald Trump by the judge in the state's civil fraud trial against him. The temporary stay of the gag order was granted by Manhattan Appellate Judge Daniel Friedman, pending further arguments. Well, the New York Attorney General's office is responding to former President Trump's bid for a mistrial in that civil fraud case.
Spurious and with a total lack of merit is how Letitia James's lawyers are describing the former president's claims that the judge and law clerk in the case are biased against him. Trump lawyers Alina Habba and Chris Kise filed their mistrial motion on Wednesday, more than 6 weeks into the $250 million fraud trial against the former president. The Attorney General's lawyers are asking Judge Arthur Engoron to give them until December 8th to file a formal reply if he decides to consider the mistrial motion. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
SpaceX says it is delaying by a day tomorrow's planned launch of its Starship rocket, the world's biggest and tallest ever built. Elon Musk's company is now aiming for Saturday for a launch to give time for engineers to replace a part. SpaceX was given the green light by the FAA after meeting the safety, environmental, policy, and financial requirements. Back in April on its test flight, the rocket veered out of control and had to be blown up over the Gulf of Mexico. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovec, John Tucker, too. I bet Nancy Lyons would know a lot of Taylor Swift songs. Yeah, I think she would.
I think she would, too.
Because she's just kind of cool.
So speaking of cool, Vildana Hyrick, who is cool, wrote this story.
Totally.
She has noticed that Taylor Swift keeps showing up in Wall Street's sell-side research. We're going to bring in John Tucker on this, too, because he's going to try to redeem himself.
Because he can actually sing these songs.
He's going to redeem himself for pretending not to know any Taylor Swift songs.
I really don't.
You haven't had time to listen in the last 40 minutes?
I've been working on the radio with you two.
Okay, you're right.
Come on.
Okay, so check this out. Today, a research note from Jonathan Krinsky over at BTIG landed in inboxes with the title, Now we got bad blood. The day before, one from Goldman Sachs' David Kostin led with "All you had to do was stay." Carol, you know that these are Taylor Swift songs.
They totally are. What's happening is, I love the story that Vildana wrote. The chart-topping singer's megawatt appeal is turning a slew of sell-siders into superfan Swifties. Hey, listen, it's become so much a part of, we reference the different things that she can move, whether it's her concerts in terms of the amount of money spent and what it does to local economies. And Kelly Cox over at eToro says she's, I guess, considers herself a Swiftie.
Yeah, she has tickets to go see Swift in Madrid next year. I think that's the definition of a Swiftie.
She goes, Wall Street has been stodgy for so long, it's refreshing. I don't know, John. What do you think?
I will tell you that I don't know a single thing about her, but my daughter went to one of the concerts in the Skybox at MetLife Stadium.
That must have
tickets.
With no, she didn't get. Her friend brought her.
Skybox?
That's
Yeah,
cool.
it was just like,
That's a good friend.
That's a nice friend.
That's a really nice friend. You
That
know what's
would have gone
interesting?
for like, I don't know.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about this, I
Probably
think, is
more
that
than the CEO's paid for dinner
what
with.
it shows is that these Wall Street research note writers just know how to get attention. They're getting on the Taylor Swift bandwagon.
And look, we're talking about it.
And we're talking about it.
All right.
There it is.
Done.
Smart.
We're done talking about it.
Smart.
It's among our most read stories in the past 60 minutes. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, everyone. Bloomberg Business Week continuing on this Thursday, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are streaming on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals, our streaming service. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. Coming up this hour, in just a few minutes, a conversation with Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai from the APEC Summit, and following last night's dinner with Chinese President Xi Jinping. So looking forward to that conversation. Our Emily Chang will sit down with him in just a moment.
And cooking up some changes for the holiday business. Bam! His name will sound familiar, and it should. EJ Lagasse is going to be joining us.
Yeah, we talked to his dad about a year ago.
Emerald is his dad.
Emerald is his dad, and he started talking about how much his son was involved. And apparently, this backstory is just really fun. I mean, as a kid, at some point he told his parents, "This is what I want to do. I want to cook."
I mean, you grow up in that environment, right? You're like in kitchens your whole life. You're seeing, what your dad's creating. It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. John, what do you want to say?
I want to give you an update on the markets. Or is that okay?
No, I don't know.
Stocks, anyway, closing mostly higher today. The S&P 500 closed at the highest level since September 1st. Investors largely took a breather to kind of digest weaker economic data. Shares of Walmart on the day fell just over 8%, so that pulled down the Dow, following comments from Doug McMillon, the Walmart chief executive officer, indicating he expects to see a deflation trend in the coming months. Meantime, Michael O'Rourke at Jones Trading, he's looking at interest rate sensitive stocks at this point. And this is what he had to say. Maybe not. All right, let's forget about that. Anyway, the S&P 500.
He's off looking for another Taylor Swift song to write the next research report.
That could
That's
be
how it works.
That is a distinct possibility. S&P 500 ending the session 5 points higher, 4508. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 45 points in large part because of Walmart. NASDAQ 100 ended the session 16 points higher. There seems to be a change in the narrative where bad news was good news was bad news. So you had like the falling yields, that was good for stocks.
Yeah,
earlier.
exactly. It was
and
really
today,
kind of funny, right?
Like the traders seem to focus on the fact that there's going to be an economic slowdown ahead, and maybe that's not necessarily going to be good for the risk outlook.
But it does mean potentially that the Fed is going to be, could mean, I don't want to say it does mean, could mean that the Fed could cut rates. Perhaps that's what
the
investors
betting,
are
at
excited
least
about.
in the markets at this point, is that we're going to see something in the first half of next year.
That would be.
It keeps going back between it's June, it's July, it's June, depending on the data
Let's remember
points.
what every Fed official has said, that it's basically not even on their radar for the next few months.
Listen, we still have a ways to go to get to that 2% mark.
A ways to go. Sounds like Jay Powell. That's the title. That's going to be the title of his memoir. A ways to go.
Hey, I do want to mention a headline, guys. The U.S. will lift restrictions on a Chinese agency accused of human rights violations in exchange for Beijing's planned crackdown on the fentanyl trade. This is according to a Biden administration official. So we know these two have met for 4 hours. We've talked about their comments afterwards. We've covered the dinner with executives. Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai, who we will hear from momentarily, was at that dinner last night with President Xi. But we are seeing stuff come out of that meeting. A lot of it was already planned ahead of time, but nonetheless, we continue to get more details on it.
Is there any update on the pandas?
I haven't seen one yet.
No, I mean, that's a serious issue between the two.
Well, David Riedel said, like, the significance of it, you know, culturally, obviously there's some more concerns about the South China Seas and so on and so forth, but it's all part of it, right? That shows that we can work together and kind of share things, if you will. So pretty significant.
In some other news, Applied Materials, the largest U.S. maker of chip-making machinery, slid in late trading following a report that it faces a U.S. criminal investigation for violating export restrictions to China. The company is being probed by the Justice Department over dealings with China's biggest chip maker. That would be Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corp. That's according to Reuters. Carol, this report overshadowing generally upbeat quarterly results that came on Thursday. The company did post earnings and gave a forecast that topped analyst estimates.
So a little bit of earnings there, continuing, of course, to come out. I just want to go back to this story for a moment. China's Ministry of Public Security's Institute for Forensic Science, there's more to it. Hey, listen, let's head to the West Coast. Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai with our Emily Chang.
Thank you all for being here.
So you've got the presidents of the two biggest economies in the world right here in Big Tech's backyard, and everybody has questions about AI. How much do you think AI is going to drive economic growth in the Asia-Pacific region and really the world, let's say, over the next decade?
It's a big question. It's a good warmer, I think. Look, obviously, rightfully, I think the excitement around AI is well-founded. I'm glad it's a big topic. Let me start with the Asia-Pacific question. One of the things that excites me is if you're in a region, unlike the past technologies, take the PC revolution, you have to in some ways play catch up. Mobile was the first transition, I think, in Asia. You almost co-developed it. I look at Android, it wouldn't have happened without all the work we did in Asia, our partners in Asia, be it Samsung or HTC in Taiwan and so on. But I think you started leapfrogging, and you don't need to play catch up with legacy. I think AI takes it the next step further. I think it's the first technology. I think you're all in a real position to be right there from the start and have a seat as this technology develops. So I think that has profound implications. You all can be as AI native as what's happening in the US and so on. So I think in that way, it's going to have a big impact. I think the way you do that, though, is by, as APEC countries, I would say you have to have a pro-innovation mindset. You have to embrace it at the start. Make sure you have the right infrastructure in the country to facilitate AI innovation. You're thinking about the right balanced regulation, both from an innovation and safety standpoint. And then as government, maybe lead the way. What are the projects you can visibly do? How do you use AI to digitize services and serve your citizens better? I think if you lead the way and then invest in skilling, et cetera, I think there's a real chance. So I think it couldn't be more exciting.
India, your native country, is now the most populous country in the world. Do you see AI as a massive opportunity for India, or could it lead to a massive dislocation given the number of lower-level coding, customer services jobs based there?
I do think it's going to be a massive opportunity, across. India has to make progress on many, many fundamental areas, right? Be it healthcare, agriculture, food security, climate change, and so on. So, and AI is going to help us make progress. So it is a big opportunity. I think even on the labor market, a few things I would say. There's a study from MIT economist David Order that if you look at today, a vast majority of jobs that exist today are in new specialties or categories that have come about since 1940. So in some ways, this can be counterintuitive. Over the last 20 years, we've all worried about automation, and it hasn't quite played out the way we have predicted it. Having said that, I think your question is important. I think for many jobs, it also has an opportunity to play it out in a much better way, right? Make the jobs easier to do. Like, if you can imagine, how do you have radiologists to cover India's breadth of population? AI can actually help expand access. But finally, there are a category of jobs where there will be a shift. And I think that's where the only way to make progress, no one can do it alone. You have to invest in the hard work of skilling and workforce transition. That's true for India, that's true for every country in the world, I think.
You've met with President Biden on AI in Washington, Prime Minister Sunak on AI in London. How do we get to global consensus on smart AI regulation?
It's not going to be easy, but I would start from this premise that AI will proliferate. So this is not the inherent nature of software. AI advances will get out to all countries. And so it is naturally the kind of technology, I don't think there's any unilateral safety to be had. We all have a shared incentive to solve for safety. You could have AI go wrong in one country that will impact every other country. So in some ways, it's like climate change in the planet. We all share a planet. I think that's true for AI. So now that you know that that will be true, I think you have to start building the frameworks globally to make progress. I've seen encouraging progress. When the G7 happened in Hiroshima, I think it was a good start. You've seen more progress. The UK AI Summit last week, the administration here, the White House has been leading the way as well. And I saw good, encouraging announcements even yesterday for US and China to start having a dialogue on AI.
Well, that was my next question. Should Chinese regulators be part of this conversation on AI regulation?
My sense is there is no way you make progress over the long term without China and the US deeply talking to each other on something like AI. So I think that has got to be an integral part of how you make progress. So I think I'm glad to see it. And we have to lay the foundations. The good thing is we are still in early days of the technology. So laying the foundations now will allow us to work through the tough issues and build a common framework over time.
Google and other big tech companies have been criticized for pushing self-serving regulation and pulling up the ladder behind them in a way that will stifle AI innovation among startups. How do you respond to that?
Quite the opposite. Pretty much on most areas we have worked on, we have deeply supported open innovation. If you look at things like Android or Chrome, these are all big open source projects. Most of the current AI revolution is based on work which we have published as a company and shared with the world. And I think as we move ahead, open source is going to play a critical role in driving AI innovation forward. And I think we have to be careful not to do regulation in a way that either harms open source technologies or smaller companies. So I actually think we care about that. Having said that, I think we are also being asked to contribute for how would you tackle AI safety, right? And so we have to think through issues like that. I don't see this as being at odds with each other. For example, next year about 2.5 billion people around the world would participate in an election.
Right. The biggest election in history is going to be happening in India.
Yeah, that's right. And many more countries around the world, including the US. So maybe almost 1 in 3 people in the world may participate in an electoral process next year. So how do you think about, generative AI, causing misinformation there? These are real problems. So we are thinking through areas like that, but I think that is not that shouldn't hinder innovation because of the opportunity we talked about earlier. So we think about this framework as being bold and responsible at the same time. And And I think it's important to do both, and I think that's true for governments as well.
We've already seen, as it pertains to India, 3D generated holograms of Prime Minister Modi, AI generated voice and songs. How do you think AI, and obviously the US presidential election coming up as well, how do you think AI is going to further test election integrity?
I think, over time, it's going to lower the barrier for creating, artificial information, which may or may not mirror what's happening in the real world, right? And that barrier will come down. So in this cat and mouse game, how do we amp up our defenses against that? We are in early stages, right? We were one of the first companies to announce a watermarking technology for image generation. It's called SynthID, done by DeepMind, and we are providing API access to it. But all of us need to tackle it. These are areas where regulation will have to play a role, right? I think governments will have to, over time, pass regulations about what is okay for, some of this synthetic content. And so, which is why I think you have to think about it, together.
OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has said repeatedly he wants to know more about what's happening with AI in China. What do you know and what do you not know about where China is on AI?
Look, I think they're making, from what I can tell, they're making deep investments in AI. The scale of AI research talent in China is just simply astounding to see. So I think, in some ways, this question, China is going to be at the forefront of AI, and I think that's a given. And so the question is, how do we work over time, both for other countries to make sure you're making progress in AI, and over time, how do we develop the frameworks where countries can coexist peacefully in a world in which AI will be everywhere.
President Biden actually just said he doesn't see the U.S. decoupling with China, but the world does seem to be on a path to two separate internets. Do we continue in that direction, and what does that mean?
It's tough to say. Things go through in phases. I think we are definitely in a phase where there are more forces pulling it apart. But inherently, these technologies also facilitate easy exchange of information. So I think there are countervailing forces as well. So I think it's tough to predict. I do think information wants to flow freely by nature. So my hope is over time, things do couple back again.
Could AI or cloud, some of these newer businesses that Google has been building, could that be a path back into China for Google?
Today we, our presence in China is limited, and we are definitely focused on. We deeply partner with governments around the world. In fact, one of the big opportunities we have with cloud and AI is many governments are working, and they are thinking about how to incorporate AI to transform their services to their citizens, improve their infrastructure, et cetera. So it's an area where we really focus on, but not necessarily vis-a-vis China.
Now, the conversation around AI is super polarized. Either we're headed toward human extinction and the robocalypse, or we're all going to have superpowers. Which one is it?
I'm optimistic, right? I think as humanity, we've harnessed every technology to our benefits. And more than any other technology, I've seen us be worried about it at its earliest stages. So in some ways, that gives me hope. I do think we have to be very optimistic because it can really, drive progress, at a fundamental level, be it scientific discovery, like we are seeing with AlphaFold at Google. So I think there's a lot of optimism to be had. But I think we have to work hard to harness it. But that is true of every other technological advance we've had before. It was true of the Industrial Revolution. And I think we can learn from those things, act earlier, to work hard at making sure there's a better outcome. So I'm optimistic on it. Yeah.
You pivoted Google to an AI-first company in 2016, and yet there's still this perception that Google is somehow missing the boat on AI. Are you behind? Are you behind OpenAI?
Look, credit to them for, I think, ChatGPT was a great product with a great product market fit. But when I look at, we've been incorporating AI in our products for a long time. A lot of the underlying technology is built from Google. We are building our next generation of models with Gemini, and I am extraordinarily excited at the innovation coming ahead. If anything, I look ahead, I think we built the company for this moment. I expect it to be a golden age of innovation ahead, and can't wait to bring out the innovations to more people.
So tell us more about Gemini. Give us a glimpse. I mean, this is something that's been touted as a magic ingredient for search. What have you seen and how transformative is it going to be?
I think all of us are trying to push the state of the art of where generative AI is. Our goal with Gemini, is to put out a state of the art model, right? That's where we would start with Gemini 1.0, and then add more innovations, truly make them multimodal, bring in features like memory and planning in and so on. But we are focused on getting it out. I view Gemini as a series of models. We are focused on getting Gemini 1.0 out as soon as possible, make sure it's competitive, state of the art, and build from there on.
Google just invested $2 billion in Anthropic. Microsoft, of course, has billions in OpenAI. I recently sat down with Lina Khan, who's the chair of the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, and she said they're hearing concerns that big tech companies are extending their power by investing not just money, but also sharing their clouds with these AI startups. Is that fair? Can innovators succeed and startups succeed without allying themselves with big tech?
Well, it all depends on the details. And, in these deals, when we do with these companies, we are also enabling them because of our cloud technology. And we don't have a controlling stake in any of these companies. So they are independent companies in which we are a technology provider, right? And I think I actually would make the argument the opposite way. If you just look at the last year, look at all the new names we are talking about. To me, it shows that we are in an incredibly dynamic moment again. And yes, I think we have to play a role in enabling the next generation of companies, which is what cloud does. Cloud allows us to take the same technology that Google is built on and actually share it with everyone else. So I think, if anything, it's pro-innovation. And so I think there's a lot of good things about it.
You've been spending some time in Washington lately. There are a couple big trials underway. The U.S. Justice Department, for one, is trying to prove that Google is a monopoly, a search monopoly. Google does dominate 90% of search, which is 90% of how we see and experience the world. It's hard to get information and not use Google. Why should any one company have that much power?
I genuinely think we don't have that position. We are not 90% of users' information needs. I look at my kids' generation on their phone. They have access to the entire world's information at their fingertips. They're getting a lot of their information from social media. They get to go to wherever they want. And so, those are, people don't always go to a general search engine for information. And that plays out in the ads market too. I think we've just talked about, when I look at how much tech is constantly innovating, and we have to work hard every year. There's irony in your questions of, aren't you in this position? And aren't you behind? So both can be true at the same time. So it's clearly a dynamic moment, and I'm glad we get a chance to make that case. And so I think the facts will speak for themselves.
Some of Google's work with governments around the world has gotten pushback from your own employees. Obviously, we've got the world watching the Israel-Hamas war right now. You've got a contract, Project Nimbus, whereby Google provides cloud and AI services, along with Amazon's AWS, to the Israeli military and government. Can you give us an update on that project?
It's very much in line with what I said earlier. We work with governments around the world. We think it's a responsibility. AI is an important technology. How do you use it to modernize your country's infrastructure and your services? Project Nimbus this was a RFP from Israel's Ministry of Finance to modernize their digital infrastructure. And that's the project. And we're proud to be doing Project Nimbus like we do with many governments around the world.
There was, Russia, Ukraine. Now we've got Israel and Hamas. How do you think about wielding Google's geopolitical power in a time of conflict?
Look, I view us as a partner to, like-minded governments which share democratic values around the world. I think we can be a critical technology partner. I think we want to participate in important issues that affect these countries, be it skilling and educating their workforce, be it bringing access to more knowledge and information, and that's the role, and be it helping them build out their digital infrastructure, including AI. And I think that's the role. We don't see it in a geopolitical context. We see it in an enabling context. We want to be partners to these companies. And, and there are times information plays an important role in these moments, and we want to get those moments right. And so that's the way I think about it.
Mm-hmm. Google and so much, not every government is like-minded, right? Google and so much of US tech relies on Taiwan for chips. If tensions escalate between Taiwan and China, how big a threat is that to the US tech industry, and is enough being done to mitigate that risk?
This goes beyond Google. I think in today's world, a lot of the semiconductor manufacturing technology, comes out of the innovation from Taiwan. And, that's a dependency which exists. And so, but this is not a unique Google thing. And, my sense is it'll be that way for a long time to come.
8 years ago, you changed Google's motto. Google changed its motto from "Don't be evil" to "Do the right thing." What does it mean to do the right thing in an AI-powered world?
Hopefully AI will also help us, give inputs to it. But look, I think it has to be grounded in the fundamental values of humanity, human rights and universal human values we all agree on has got to be the foundation for it. And you have to build it up from there. Mm-hmm. And there'll be a lot of debate about it, but, that's the foundational thing I would go back to. And, as long as AI reflects the essence of what's innately good about humanity, I think we'll be okay.
Everyone likes to ask you what keeps you up at night, and I'm curious right now, this year, what do you worry about?
Look, I'm excited because it's an extraordinary moment of innovation. When I look at the pace of activity, even at Google, it reminds me of Google's earliest days. So there's a lot of energy I get from that, innovation, because it plays out and will drive benefits in the world. I do worry about many things, making sure we are meeting the moment and moving fast as a company, to making sure, to the election question we talked about, getting it right and a responsibility to do so. So it's a balance of all of that.
All right. Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, thank you for spending your time with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. As you just heard, of course, our Emily Chang wrapping up her conversation with Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai from the APEC CEO Summit out there in San Francisco. A few headlines that you can see also on the Bloomberg terminal. Talked a lot about artificial intelligence specifically, and Sundar Pichai making the point all countries share an incentive to solve for AI safety, and comparing this in terms of global AI regulation need to what you are doing with climate change. So kind of putting it on the same level.
Are we doing anything with climate change, though,
there
globally?
There's conversations.
There are goals.
There are global goals,
yeah.
Right?
But you know what I mean.
But it's complicated.
Yeah,
it's not so easy, not so straightforward.
Also, China and the U.S. are collaborating on AI, are critical to progress, and must not regulate in a way that hurts smaller companies. This, according to Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google.
And net, I think
Alphabet.
Many would say that the takeaway of U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping meeting is about what is the relationship between U.S.-China. According to Mr. Pichai, he says China is going to be at the forefront of AI. So, if we're going to talk about something that could be a very innovative, disruptive technology, and China's going to be involved, you would accept that there needs to be some kind of global cooperation.
Again, just some of the headlines from Emily Chang's interview just now with Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai from the APEC CEO Summit.
All right, everybody. Right now, let's get a check on the financial markets and your top business stories. John Tucker, wake up, wake up.
Oh, yes. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. We closed mixed for the major averages. S&P 500 was up 5 points, 0.1% higher to end the session today, closing at 4508, so above the 4,500 level. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, that was down 45 points, down 0.1%. And Walmart helped drag down the Dow today after its earnings report. Shares of Walmart ending the day after their earnings down over 8%. The NASDAQ 100 ended the session up 16 points, a rise of 0.1%. Among the economic data, we did see more evidence of a slowing in the U.S. economy. As a result of that, Treasury yields, they fell. The 10-year was down 9 basis points on the day at 4.43. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. Even when I don't expect it, I check the markets.
Surprise!
That's why you're always on standby, John Tucker.
Always on standby.
He never misses a beat, though, even when you surprise him. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. So it was 1 year ago today. We caught up with one of the...
Today?
Apparently,
time flies.
I was talking with our producer, Paul Brennan. I'm like, wait a minute, was this like a year ago? And he's like, exactly 1 year ago. We caught up with one of the iconic chefs of our times who has definitely become a household name. We're talking about Emeril Lagasse.
Yeah, when he was here, he talked about his new Roku show. He also talked about sharing his love of cooking with the next generation, specifically his son, EJ. And so we wanted to catch up with him.
We did indeed. EJ Lagasse is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. By the way, just awarded the prestigious New Talent of the Year award from La Liste, a French ranking and
Your
restaurant
French is
guy.
good, Carol. I know you said yesterday it wasn't.
Not her math, though.
Stop. They're going to pick me apart here. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you having me.
Your dad was so much fun. And when he started talking about what was going on and kind of passing to the next generation and your involvement, we're like, we've got to talk to you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun together, obviously. There's been a lot of growing up in a household of cooking and things like that.
What was that like? Take us there.
It was a very interesting thing, because what ended up happening is I said to him when I was 4, 5, 6 years old, hey, I really enjoy this. I love doing this. And, it started with chicken noodle soup and stuff like that, and start doing, dicing carrots and things like that. And then it really just became an obsession completely for myself, where everything was about it. It was either, as I got older, reading about it, things like that. But, I spent a lot of time in New York City when I was a kid, and so we got to eat out in some incredible restaurants, not only in New Orleans, but in New York as well. And,
right.
And so I think that it was a mix of, growing up with him in being a chef, obviously, and being well-known, which I didn't really get it. He was in that...
when do you realize that as a kid, right, that that's kind of a big deal?
Yeah, I thought he was a big deal because of Princess and the Frog, the Disney movie. Completely honest, I really did, because he was the gator in Princess and the Frog, and so I thought people were stopping him on the streets of Manhattan because he was in Princess and the Frog, and then I was like, I kind of realized maybe there's, some other stuff to it. And, but there was always so much fun because I got to spend time on set at, Emerald Live growing up and things like that. And so I was always around food, whether it be in the food media space or also, obviously in the house, cooking and stuff. So it was always an interest in it.
What was it like? Would your dad come home from being at work all day and actually want to be in the kitchen?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing for me. I'll finish dinner service and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I'll get home and I will full-blown cook until 4 a.m.,
What will you make?
It depends, right? We have our cravings that we all like to satisfy and stuff, but my grandparents Portuguese on my dad's side, so I grew up eating a lot of Portuguese food, both from my grandmother and then my dad, so I'll make, sometimes Portuguese food. I normally, what I'll do to hold it over is I'll spend, 2 nights a week after dinner service cooking, and then keep stuff that'll stay around for a bit. So there's Portuguese kale soup, caldo verde. It's absolutely unbelievable, and it's the best thing ever. It's potato, kale, chorizo. That's it. It's so simple. And so that was always something that I keep around. It sits for a few days. So yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I wish I could have brought
Well, I always wonder why someone likes cooking. I have a mother who loved cooking and would read cookbooks.
Yeah.
I have a sister who's kind of like that. I'm not. My husband cooks, and loves doing that kind of stuff. So why do you like cooking? Do you think it was because of how you grew up, or is it something do you think you would have done it if you weren't around your dad and kind of in that atmosphere?
That's a very good question. I don't know if I've ever been asked that. I think that I have a love for food myself, right? That I think is independent from my father a bit. I think that there's a lot of passion that I have for it that is a naturally occurring passion, but it's certainly exaggerated the passion having my dad be so involved and always willing to show, you know, in a sort of educational sense, show a lot about cooking, which was great. He did it on television for many years, showing everybody, you know, how to cook and things like that.
Kind of really one of the first individuals, if you think about it,
I
right?
think so, yeah, I think so. And it carried over for sure into the house, so.
I want to know how you felt about the desire to prove yourself in the kitchen when you come from a family that is so well known for cooking. When somebody who might not know you might say to themselves, well, look where he is. He's only there because of who his dad is. Like,
Sure.
how do you deal with that criticism? How do you push past it?
Well, you know, it's something that probably comes up quite a bit, that some people would throw out. Look, I mean, the thing is I know I'm comfortable in my own skin. I know the fact that I've spent hours in the kitchens, right, and not ours, which is what I think the big thing was. I think had I stayed in just our kitchens and just been at Emerald's or something, that it would very easily be able to say, well, who pushed you to work harder, you know? I remember a very early conversation with my father. I mean, you know, this is a conversation he had with me. I'm like 13, 14 years old. He's like, you're going to have to work twice as hard as anybody in the room because of that. And really, so that was, I think, part of the whole philosophy of me maybe leaving the nest and going and working other places. And I worked here in New York for a bit, and then in London and in Stockholm as well. And so was able to see how other people did